Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm sure my technical people will tell me if I'm not being heard okay. Welcome to the next block at the Geekle Architecture Summit. I've got a really exciting group of speakers coming up for you now for very disparate topics. We'll be covering micro-frontends, blockchain, migrating DevOps from mobile to the cloud, and data lifecycles in small teams. So quite a disparate collection of topics for you. My name's Adrian. I'm coming to you from New Zealand, quite a long way from Europe. Yeah, really looking forward to getting into the sessions. And so joining me for the first session here is Lagu Walid from Morocco. So I'll just add you to the stream. Hi, how's it
Hi,
going?
Adrian. Great. And you? Can you hear me well?
Very well, thank you. I'm having audio issues. It's always the way these things go, isn't it?
Okay. Are you in Ukraine, by the way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you in Ukraine, by the way?
No. I know it looks like I'm in Ukraine. I'm actually just in the basement of my house.
Oh, okay.
So we have so we've got Omicron in New Zealand. So our cases are spiking at the moment. So we've been doing quite well up until now. I mean, it's a very small country. You know, we're surrounded by water, so the borders have sort of been closed, and the virus and outbreak has been sort of rather contained up until now. But Omicron's got out to the community, and so now we've got I think there's about 100,000 active cases. I think it was 66,000 active cases. I think we had about 20,000 new cases the other day. But the population's quite well vaccinated, so hospitalizations are rather low. So I'm just kind of working from home and just checking our space at home. It's kind of small, so here I am in the basement.
Great. Okay.
And how about you? So Morocco sounds like Morocco is such an exotic place to someone like me in New Zealand. I've never been there, but I'm looking forward to going.
Yeah, you're welcome if you want to come.
Excellent. Do you have a slide deck or any materials that you'd like to share on screen?
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit quickly. It's too early in the morning for me.
Okay.
Okay, well, over to you and have a good presentation.
Yeah, just let me keep Okay, thank you. And thanks everyone for joining this session. So I'm Largo Walid. I'm a solution architect at PowerM, which is a service company involved in designing architecture from end to end, infrastructure to application. And I've been recently more involved in application modernization, tackling different challenges we see with our customers. And I'm here today to share with you an overview of the micro-frontend architecture. It's a pretty huge subject, but I'm trying to keep it brief and also from an architect perspective, what are the things to consider and how to put this kind of architecture into context. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the architecture style evolution over the time. I know that you've seen this in a lot of presentation, but it's the main starting point with application as monolith. And I know that they had a pretty bad reputation recently and they've been called deprecated, but it's not the case. There is no best architecture. There is always trade-off. And as we saw with monoliths, there are advantages related to simplicity for specific use case, but it shows some of the limitation regarding how we deploy things, how we evolve today in the world of container platforms and microservices. So this was the starting point, and we see a lot of customers still using monoliths to do the job. Then we saw the rise of service-oriented architecture, which introduced some decomposition of the monolith at some level, but with a integration layer, for things like ESPs, messaging, sitting between the different services. And from the front-end perspective, which is our subject today, we saw also the rise for front-end developers as opposed to back-end. So we saw this particular split into roles and responsibilities. So this was the first change, I would say, from the monolith world to the SOA. Then we saw the microservices explosion. And this comes with the adoption of container platform, starting with Docker, then Kubernetes, which is present everywhere today. And I just want to point that don't confuse microservices with container platform. We can have flexibility of container platform without doing microservices, but they seem to be at the right sweet spot for those kind of platforms. And the definition for monolith changes from company to company. Not everyone is Google, neither Netflix, but for small applications which are currently monolith, I'm taking an example of an application running on a JVM and spanning, for example, 6-node cluster. And those JVM may be 2 gigs, for example. We can take the application as it is today and benefit from container platform. So this is to be taken into consideration when you are designing architecture. So because splitting the monolith to microservices introduces a huge complexity to be handled and new tools we need to use by our teams. And this may slow down on the business level, which should be the focus. So the focus should be delivering value to your customers and not adopting technologies because they are trendy or because they have some advantages but oversees the complexity introduced. So, and on the front end, we had always, when we adopted microservices, generally, we let the front end as it is, and it was considered as like the new monolith. So we had our front end, we had different microservices at a high speed of evolution, but we were lacking that agility and speed at the front end layer. Then we had like the micro front end. So by the way, micro front end is, I would say, rather a new word for something that existed for a long time now. Some of you may be familiar with implementing using iframes, for example, which are considered at some level an implementation of a micro front end. And we saw that we can have a consistent view from end to end, from the front end to our services with this kind of architecture. So, but as you can see in this image, there are a lot of components, and with a lot of components comes integration first. So we need to address the integration challenges, and we need to also take into consideration communication between the components. For microservices, we saw things like service mesh, which offer a lot of advantages, but also introduced a lot of complexities. And at the front end also, so how are we going to design our front end? So the rule is to keep them as independent as you can. But we always found ourselves having some exceptions. So we need to address the front-end communication in this case. So this is an overview of the landscape, I would say, we have today. And you have the whole catalog. So for customers starting to develop new application, or for existing customers all of those architecture styles are valid and should be evaluated. There is no good architecture. That's the first principle. From another perspective, so the change in how we design application and how we decomposed each part of our application introduced also forced also companies to change how they work internally on an organizational level. And as it was easier with small, I would say, with focused groups or teams, for example, when the monolith, it was considered as a whole team, even if we have some separation, for example, a team handling billing, a team handling other components of the application. We had the integration team that integrates the whole parts into one application, and we had the release and testing team. But they are all one team, one big team. And also it had the challenge of evolving. So each component needs to evolve at some level at the same pace. So with the separation for the first separation from front end and the back end, we already saw some advantages. We have our front end team, which is focused only on the main important part, which is the front facing customers. And we had the back end team that can work on core components of our application. And those two can, at some level, there is some coupling, of course, but at some level they could evolve at different speeds. And we also introduced a layer of abstraction between front end and back end. We could replace, for example, back end with another language, another topology, as we only need for example, APIs between both components. So then for microservices, we had also a separation at the level of each microservice. So we had the golden rule, which is a 2-pizza team by Amazon. So we had separated our different microservices to dedicated team. And I hope that customer that adopted those kind of architecture also applied domain-driven design to do that kind of split. And we will get back to how we decompose our components. But we at the microservice, we were still at a monolith, I would say, front end with one dedicated team. When we move to micro front end, the idea behind is to have there is different approach on how to form teams at the organization, either be it to have a domain covered by one team from end to end, and that has its requirements. So for each team, we need to have, for example, a specialist in front end, a specialist in back end, a DBA maybe. So, and those skills are not scarce. So we have to do some mutual work between the teams on the front end, but also on the back end. So there is always communication between the different teams, and we need to keep a consistent view and consistent technology layer between the teams. And based on my experience, organizational changes are harder to implement than technologies because you have what you have today as a team, and if you are starting to adopt new technologies or new design patterns, it's gonna be new for them, and you cannot go on production using something new with your current team. So there are solutions coming up, either calling a third party, for example, to help you go through this transition, or just investing on your current team to train them on those technologies and those choices. But it's very complex to implement, and it's a change in paradigm. And we have also some new roles like SRE, like different roles that change with the tooling, but also with the architecture. So you should keep that in mind, because addressing organizational change should be on a top priority when you are working on designing an architecture for your customers or for you. So this is, I would say, a #1 priority, because it's the most challenging apart from technology itself. Okay. And of course, wouldn't go without quoting the Conway law, which says that organizations who design systems are constrained to produce design which are copies of the communication structure of this organization. So this is how it is. And indeed, in my experience, we saw those kind of challenges with adoption of not technologies only, but cultures like DevOps. Companies are still struggling to adopt DevOps. It's not about using CI/CD or using some tooling or some technologies. It's about adopting a culture. And this is the most hard part, I mean, in the architecture design. Okay, so let's move on to the principles behind the micro-frontend. And you would see directly, if you are familiar with microservices, that it maps like exactly with the principles we have with microservices, apart from some distinction. So yeah, it's should be focused on a domain-driven design, should be bounded context for each micro front-end. There are some limitation or some concepts around DDD that does not apply to front-end, but it should be focused around the business. That's the #1 principle. The second one is independent deployment, and as it is the case with micro services, independent deployment means that we can change any part of our UI independently. This is like the ideal principle to implement, but in reality, it's really hard to have this principle in place, as we saw components that are coupled. It's not tightly coupled. They should not be tightly coupled, but you could accept in your design that we have certain level of dependence between components. The fourth part is observability. And this is, I mean, a must go in from monolith architectures to distributed, architecture, because when we were using monolith, it was pretty easier to diagnose. It was one component. It was easier to troubleshoot. It was easier to fix bugs. But when we are moving at a larger scale, we have hundreds of containers. We have 100 maybe of micro front end. You should be able to pinpoint when things are not going smoothly, and you should be able also to fix those kinds of problems really quickly. The next thing is failure isolation, and this goes with the same with microservices again. If one of our micro front end is not working properly, you should have a strategy for making your application work without this component. So it's hard, for example, if we have a billing micro front end and it's at the core of our application, it's really hard to make our application work, but you should always design for failure. If my component is not working, what do we do? So there is some solution like going backward inversion. And in this case, we can go to a working version, and we have to define what a working version is. It's like a golden image of our system. We can go back we can accept that we have a failure and that our system is down. So it's also a possibility, but you have to take this into consideration when you are doing architecture and document it as documented in your design. Okay, and at the heart of all of those principles, and I mean this is a must-have for companies willing to adopt those composed architecture, is automation. So if you don't have automation currently at your infrastructure, in your application development lifecycle, this is where you should put the focus first. You should automate what you have today, because if you are going with new technologies, you should know that there is more work to do, and you cannot operate at this scale without automation. So this is like the focal point and the first thing to consider if you are willing to decompose your application for microservices, as it goes the same with micro-frontend. So there is different patterns to implement. For example, micro-frontend, you could be handling monorepo with all your components. You could be going through multi-repo, and multi-repo for your front end, multi-repo from your back end. You have multiple build pipelines, and you have a lot of things to handle for operating your application. So there is a great complexity, and the complexity is being addressed with automation. There are a lot of advancement in automation landscape, as with the GitOps approach, and evolving to things like infrastructure as code, or even NoOps, where we would be on autopilot. So, okay, so those are the principles around that should be taken into consideration when we are going to tackle, I mean, the micro front-end architecture. Okay, so then if you took into consideration all of those principles, and you did the assessment on the different architecture style, and you opted to go with a micro front-end decomposition. So the first key, I would say, decision you have to make is how you're gonna split your front end, your UI. And this decomposition patterns for micro front-end, of course, differs from those in microservices, where we have things like the strangler patterns or other patterns. In front-end, we have mainly two types of split. So there is the horizontal split, when we have one view, but it's shared between different teams, each handling its component, it's part of the view. And this has advantages, of course, but also advantages like we can share components across different views. For example, this is a oversimplification. I mean, if we take the header and footer, we can reuse them across different views, but there are also some other components that may be present on different views that we can reuse. And this is one of the benefits of going with horizontal split. Some things to take also into consideration is that when we are going with horizontal split, there should be always communication and synchronization between the teams working on each view. So because we have to keep the view consistent, we have to adopt templates and rules, naming rules and sizing, for example, on our views. So all the teams should work in harmony. And this is one of the complexity when we introduce people. So when we introduce something to do with people, with communication, it gets more complicated. So this is like the con of using horizontal split. The vertical split, on the other hand, is different, in which each view is handled by a specific team, and each view is independent. And here it is easier to have independent deployment, but also each team taking full control and full responsibility for each view. The downside is pretty obvious, which is we have things that is repeated. So we have code repetition, which is not bad. Just to let you know, it's not bad to repeat code. It's sometimes the better approach, because reusing introduce also coupling. In the first split, if we want to change the header for one of our views, we should break the dependency. And we get at the end with two different headers, two different components. So with the vertical split, we have the advantage of each team handling its own view. And the view also should be, as I explained earlier, should be domain bound. So it should be well decomposed. So this is the first decision to go through. And the main input for your architecture decision should be your organization structure. So how your organization is structured, what are the synergies between your teams, and how are they going to adopt the change you are going to introduce. And also with vertical split, in theory, you have this kind of each team handling its own view. But in practical, as I said, the skills are really should be mutual between the teams, because we can't have experts for each team depending on how we split our application. Okay, so we decided how we're going to split our front end. So, and we designed for teams, for each team, what are the responsibilities of them. The next question or decision point for your architecture should be how we should do integration. So we talk about micro front end, but at the end, what the user sees, it's a web view with one view that should be coherent and consistent. So we have to compose at some level our application from the different micro front end. And here we see that we have mainly three layers and three, I would say, three methods to do this kind of integration. At the origin, we have our servers, and at the middle, we have our CDN, which does the work of caching, but can do more. We will talk about it on the next pattern for integration. And we have, of course, our client side, which mainly is the browser. So the first approach to integration is client side. And here we compose our view on the client. And how those views are composed is using micro front end that are either at the origin server, that at first they aren't cached at the CDN, but once they are cached, we can use the CDN to build our view for our UI. And this is like to understand this integration, I would give you a simple example. If you have a static web page and you are referencing an image, this image is, I would say, the most, these images are often stored at the CDN level because they are easily cached. Static content is easily cached at CDN. We can retrieve it to the client, and if it's the first time we want to retrieve it, it's getting cached from the origin at the first execution. So this is like a simple example. We can do this kind of composition at the client. So when we load our page, we will have some custom elements, for example, one kind of implementation, and we can load our micro frontend either from the CDN if it's already cached, or we would require the CDN to cache our micro frontend. So this is, I would say, this is a recommended approach for certain use cases when we have content that is not really cacheable, and that our view are changing depending on how the user is using the application, and we can benefit greatly from CDN. So this is the first approach. The second approach is what we call edge side. And for the edge side, we will use a feature on CDN that is more than caching, which is also composition. And we talk about edge side include. And in this case, we compose our view at the CDN level from the origin. And this way, our view is cacheable as its whole, and we can benefit from better performance when loading views to different, for example, geographical zones. So, and we use a feature, as I said, on the CDN. But you should take into consideration that first, the edge side include are not available on all the CDN. That's the first point. Second, it's not implemented the same way. So it's not a standard across CDN, and it might require some change on your application code to work. So we are more or less vendor locked in. So if we go with a CDN, a specific CDN, we may be locked in there if we require a lot of change in our application code. So this is an architecture decision that you have to take. It have its advantages, but also you should take into consideration the drawbacks from this kind of integration. And the third one is composing our view at the origin. And this for this specific use case, it's best to adopt this kind of integration if we have highly cacheable views. Because if we are changing the views depending on the user, if it's a lot of change, we need to build views at the server level each time and then send them to the CDN, which is not efficient. If we have views that does not change across, for example, different users or use cases, that means that they are highly cacheable. Once we build them at the server level, we can cache them at the CDN, and hence we have the client that benefits from performance. But if we have changing components and changing views, it's a non-pattern. Don't go with the server-side composition for this specific use case. I think that, right on time. So this is like some of the decisions you have to take for designing micro front-end for your application. There are some other considerations. I hope that I gave you an overview of the principles and the why we have micro front-end and the different challenges, either be it on integration, but also more important or organizational level. So just to finish, I would recommend some readings for those interested in going deeper in micro front-end. So there is a web component in action, which is an implementation of micro front-end that you can see with concrete example. We had also the micro front-end in action, and recently we have built-in micro front-end by Luca, which will be presenting also a session tomorrow if you are interested for anti-patterns for Micro-Frontend, I would definitely recommend you attend this session. So thank you all. I think that's I'm right on time.
Right on time. Thank you very much, Largo. That was a fantastic presentation. I haven't really worked much with micro-frontends myself. I had a little bit of exposure. So I think I've got a few questions, and there's certainly some questions came through in the chat. So we'll address those in the Q&A if that's all right.
Great.
Fantastic presentation, though. Thank you. Okay, and so our next guest talking today is coming all the way from the Czech Republic. So we've got Vaclav Pavlin, comes from Blockcheck. So let's bring him into the stream. Vaclav, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm very well. You guys are coming into spring now, I guess, are you, in Europe?
Well, not really. We got like -7 Celsius today, so it looked like spring, but now we're going back to winter, I guess. We'll see.
Oh, it's the same here. We're supposed to be in summer, but the weather's been very erratic. I guess that must be a climate change thing. Excellent. So, so you're talking to us about blockchain today.
Yeah, well, I will hopefully explain what it is to me and why I decided to go from a traditional enterprise software to blockchain and Web3 and whatever hype buzzwords you want to slap on it.
Indeed, because I think some people, myself a little bit included, I must admit, wonder if to what degree blockchain is more a solution looking for a problem rather than something that's fixing an existing problem. That's something you'll cover in your talk, I guess.
Well, I'll try. I don't know if that specific issue is covered there. I think that comes that asks for a whole presentation, I would say. I'll more try to explain what blockchain means to me, not that much on technical level, but more of a like I'll touch community and openness and the global workplace, and these things. So we'll see.
Sounds
Hopefully,
excellent.
it covers some of people's thoughts and questions.
I'm sure it'd be fantastic. Well, let me hand the floor over to you, and you can crack into it. All the best.
Okay. Hello, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining this presentation. When I got asked by Geekle to whether I want to present on this event, I was thinking about what I can present about, because I think they approached me as a Red Hat architect, but then I was already in a transition to not being a Red Hat architect and joining the blockchain space. So when I thought about it, I decided I want to talk about why I did the change. So hence my name of the presentation, how we get chained. But then I thought about that for many, blockchain may mean that they get unchained. So that's the name now. So my name is Vaclav Pavlin from Czech Republic. You can see my company email there, vasek@blockcheck.io, and my social handle, so LinkedIn, Twitter, GitHub. You can find me there as vpavlin, and I'll be happy if you have more questions after the talk or thoughts, or you want to generally connect. Please reach out there on the social media. So let me see if my clicker works. No, it doesn't, so I'll use arrows. So who am I? I've been a Red Hatter for past 9.5 years and a developer for another probably 8-9 years before that. At Red Hat, I kind of went through multiple roles from init operating systems maintainer to architecting an AI and machine learning platform called Open Data Hub and Red Hat Data Science, Red Hat OpenShift Data Science. And then I decided I need to change something and do something new. And I started to venture into the blockchain and Solidity and smart contracts and all these things. And it really caught my attention. So I decided to leave Red Hat. And at the same time, the guys from Blockcheck reached out and were like, oh, we need someone with a good knowledge of Solidity and smart contracts and the whole space. And then ideally with some experience in programming and whatever. And they made a blockchain lead of me, although my title says Chief Blockchain Officer, but it's just the title. So I think I'm something like a blockchain lead. We'll see. what the future holds, I don't know. I think I would like to stay around blockchain and Web3 and all these things because I see a big potential there, although we are not there yet to say whether the potential will be fulfilled. But who knows? So why am I here and talking to you? I want to share my why I moved from blockchain to blockchain from traditional enterprise, although some would call Red Hat less than traditional, probably. It is still very fast-paced startup-like mentality there. And then I also want to share a general why I think people would be interested in blockchain. Why would anyone use blockchain and what to use it for? We'll see whether that answers some of your question. As Adrian said, one of the question is maybe it's a solution trying to find a problem. Maybe there are some problems that can be solved by blockchain right away. So what is blockchain to me? And I guess other people, since all of my thoughts are generally just a collection of my discussions with my friends and colleagues. So blockchain is a distributed database, basically. If you just want to think about it from like infrastructure person level, it's a distributed database. It is not a distributed database for large data in a sense that your application will probably not be able to leverage large data. It will probably be kind of a smallish data for one application, but then on the other hand, the data stored on blockchain itself, in general, on some network, are generally big. It's a distributed computational platform. When we speak about platform and blockchain supporting smart contracts, but the caveat there is that it's for simplish kind of computations. So you won't run your machine learning on top of blockchain. You won't run your video streaming processing on top of blockchain. Well, there are specialized blockchains being built for that, but not on traditional like Ethereum and forks of that. But still, there is a value in being a distributed, decentralized computational platform, I think. It's an open public API platform. As long as people follow standards, there are plenty of standards helping you to define tokens, define various patterns, to implement those, and to kind of build something that has standards around them and that has documented API, and you can easily interact with it. That's what I like about the smart contracts, that they often follow these standards, and then you can easily build something on top of that, even without knowing the code really, really well, or knowing the authors or the team behind it and things like that. If you believe in magic internet money, then it's a magic internet money management platform. And I'm not talking about things like Bitcoin and Ethereum, as in real cryptocurrencies that have blockchain behind it. I'm talking more about tokens on top of that. So if you have some application that may call for a token, be that governance token or utility token or asset token, doesn't really matter. It's kind of like managing money. So it's magic internet money management platform. I think blockchain is a big opportunity for communities, as long as you care about the community part and not just about getting paid for something. So if you want to build a community, if you want to manage a community, blockchain offers a lot of tools like governance, voting, multi-signature wallets, and things like that, that allow you to do things in decentralized, community-based manner. You can do that, like we see open source communities thriving, right? But at the same time, it's often pretty hard to set it up around something like GitHub repos and things like that. And the blockchain supports it pretty nicely. And then to me, it's also a global workspace and workplace, because we've seen that with COVID in last couple of years. People are okay working remotely. People are productive working remotely, working from home. Not everyone, obviously, but many people are. And I think there is a lot of opportunity in that approach of people being remote and geologically distributed. And blockchain kind of promotes that, in a sense that a lot of communities are distributed and they still can work together, and they can still use the governance models on top of blockchain. Obviously, we talk about global public blockchains here in general. I'm not talking about a private blockchain, and I'm not talking even about permission blockchains, which are kind of a middle ground where you can do whatever you want as long as you get access to that blockchain. And then we'll see. I'm mostly talking about the global public blockchains. So people talk about Web3. What is that? Well, nobody really knows. It's a buzzword, really. Like, it doesn't have a very well-defined definition. On the other hand, I think my opinion, and when I discuss it with people, they tend to agree, Web3 is kind of an alias for combination of blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and Web3, which is kind of a circular dependency, but I'll explain that. Blockchain here in Web3 means digitization of state recording, and it's mostly trustless. So I can digitize anything, and I don't have to put my trust into someone holding that information. I still have to trust the blockchain itself, but since it's distributed and decentralized, I can roughly rely on that being there and processing transactions and things like that. Then we have cryptocurrencies, which is kind of an economy layer on top of blockchain, which supports Web3, because we kind of hear that, like, all the big companies, Amazon, Netflix, Facebook, whoever, they own our data, our information that we provide to them, and make money out of that, right? So blockchain and cryptocurrencies and Web3 as an umbrella kind of talk about democratizing that and making sure that you own your data, A, and B, that you can make money out of your data and not the companies that own them now. And then there is Web3, which kind of pushes the decentralization of various web applications, be that governance or some teamwork or responsibility, right? Right now, you go to a website and the website is owned by some company, and the company is responsible for that. They make all the decisions, they work on that. In Web3, you kind of assume that some of those big platforms would get decentralized and the teams would get spread, and there would be governance of the users that can provide suggestions what to do, and then there would be voting of all the users, and people would generally get what they wanted, if that's a reasonable idea. In combination of all these three, so decentralization of the web applications supported by an economy layer on blockchain, and then the digitized state recording form Web3 in my mind. They all can live separately, and we have seen that blockchain was kind of the first thing. So a digital ledger, right? Then cryptocurrencies. So not only Bitcoin, but then like layered cryptocurrencies on top of that, and then the Web3. So they can live separately, but as you squish them together, mesh them, and make something out of that, that's kind of where you get most value, I think. So now the question is, and Adrian kind of asked it, is blockchain for me? Probably not. Like most cases, you don't need blockchain. But on the other hand, I mean, well, so when should I consider blockchain, you may ask? If you work with money, and I mean money as in any representation of money, so some token that represents value to some people, tokenized resources, tokenized infrastructure, tokenized whatever, right? If you can represent money or anything that you use to exchange value with other people, then you may think about blockchain, because blockchain is kind of built for that use case. Another thing might be, if you care about public distributed immutable ledger, then blockchain might be good for you. Think about charities, environmental organizations, and things like that, where you want a high auditability and you want public access to that information. So all these, I don't know how it's called in English, but like if you are a charity, you need to have a public bank account where everyone can see the transactions, right? That's blockchain, but you can record much more than just money transaction on the blockchain. So imagine the charity doing some actual work, distributing some stuff bought with the money. You can all record it on blockchain, and then you can easily audit that, build statistics on top of that. And you don't need to like explicitly publicize that, because it's going to be public by default. If you have a strong case against running things on public cloud providers, whether it's factual or emotional, blockchain might be interesting for you. This depends. What do I mean by running things on public cloud providers? What do you imagine behind it? I imagine maybe like a database for recording who did what for whom, maybe, or maybe it's just some links to some images, like with NFTs. Maybe it's something different. But if you don't want to store it on public cloud providers and you want to do the compute on public cloud providers, maybe you can take a look at blockchain or some specific blockchain network that implements whatever you need. You could also consider blockchain if you want to build a decentralized autonomous organization. I don't think that there is any reasonable way how to build it anywhere else than on blockchain, because you need a public, distributed, immutable state recorded where people can vote and make decisions, and then it's immediately executed on the blockchain. So DAO may be an interesting way of venturing into blockchain if you have some organization that may have some rules encoded in smart contract. Okay, so why did you, as in I, go to blockchain, right? So I have these 4 points: low barrier of entry, communities, it's open and public, and the talent there's a lot of talent, but there is not that much experience compared to the amount of talent that's there. Let me talk about each of these. So why I think there is a low barrier of entry when you go into blockchain or Web3. Blockchain is just there, and you can just use it. And it's not going to cost you that much unless you choose some weird, obscure blockchain or something very heavily used like Ethereum, right? You have many alternatives. But then also you can prototype for free on testnet, and you can just build something there. What I mean by that is that if I want to build something that requires infrastructure and it requires compute, I need to go to a public cloud provider, and I need to get a database, I need to get a message bus, I need to get a hosting for my files, and all these things may amount to some A, knowledge that I have to have about that cloud provider, and B, the kind of the knowledge about the cloud provider, the cost of the cloud provider, and all these things combined may be a hurdle for me. I think that blockchain is much easier to get into because the infrastructure that you need to build stuff on blockchain is there, and all you need is that wallet and some funds in that wallet. And also, most of the code is open source. Open source is thriving. Everything is built as open source these days, well, mostly. And even if it's not open source, as in open source license, it's at least code is available, because if you want people to interact with your contracts, it's a good practice or best practice to publish the code on the Explorer, the Etherscan or BSC scan or something like that. So you can read through the contract and make sure that there are no places where you can lose your money and things like that. So you have a lot of inspiration out there. Big lending platforms like Aave allow you to read through their code, and then you can learn a lot from that. What is the concern with this? Anyone can do anything, which leads to a lot of scams. And that's part of that. Like, if you build something cool and people start using that and putting money in that, anyone can take it, deploy it, and pretend they are you. And unlike some phishing website where maybe they will scam few people for a credit card details, this can actually impact a lot of people by seeing that it's the same thing, potentially depositing a lot of money and then someone pulling them out. So it has positives and negatives, obviously. So the community part, there is a lot of ideas out there in the open, on top of blockchain and Web3. When I get an idea and I know I will never build it, I'll at least tell people about it. And some people will be like, oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna think about it, and maybe I can do something about it. Maybe I can build it. Maybe I can build a business out of it or something like that. And there is a lot of ideas floating around there because the community is kind of open, because they know that anything you do is generally going to benefit the rest of the people in the community. Often the ideas and projects come from the community. So maybe the community is formed around some tokens, some NFTs, something, some team, some person, and they come up with a project, and then they get funded by that community. They hire, as a community, some developers, and they actually build something. Or a project gets taken over by a community. I was in a project that developers developed something, it's okay, and they said, well, we don't know how to market it, we can't get the traction. Does someone want to have the keys to that contract? And a bunch of people, including me, said, yeah, sure, we'll try what we can do. Obviously, this brings concerns as well. So many projects end up with no ownership at all. So like, you build something and then you're like, I don't know what to do with that. Or the community is like, it's awesome, and then it's less awesome, and they don't care. So it kind of dies off. But the project, the code, the smart contract is there forever. And it may, people venture in and then they realize it's dead, and it can bring some weird situations there as it's open and public. And obviously, I'm talking about public blockchains, and on public blockchains, everything is public. We just had a discussion today or yesterday whether you can actually hide something in public blockchain, like a counter, so that you don't know how many things already happened, and people can't like count on that. If they wait, maybe they get something better. No, you can't hide anything in public blockchain, not even like private variables and things like that. So all data is out there, and you can just use them. What does that mean? I always give this example. Let's say I'm a gaming company and I build some game, and I put out NFTs, people buy them, and then I say, well, I don't like the game anymore, so I'm gonna kill the game. You have your NFTs, enjoy them. And then you have useless NFT, right? Well, maybe someone can come and say, okay, anyone who holds this NFT, which is the public information, can do A and B, and I build something for them, and they can start using the NFTs in my application. Similarly, let's say someone builds a company that creates or that produces a great popcorn, right? And you want to give every single Netflix subscriber option to get some free popcorn for watching their Netflix movies, right? So now you can't do that because Netflix won't give you the list of their users. But if the subscription was in form of NFT or some other token, you can easily say and make a marketing around, if you are a Netflix subscriber and you can prove it by owning this NFT, you can come to my website and get a free package of popcorn. So you can kind of feed off bigger players or cooperate with bigger players easily because it's all public, right? I think the key there is that integrations and interoperability of various solutions is the key, because if we just build silos like we did in traditional enterprise software, basically, that's not helping anyone. So if we are building on public open blockchain, we need to think about those integrations. And I think those standards and everything support it pretty well. Obvious concerns, privacy. If anyone can know that my address is subscribed to Netflix, which is pretty weak concern, I guess. But there may be other things. Maybe it's not great if anyone can figure it out. At the same time, the address is just a string, and as long as I don't provide and map it back to my name, maybe it's okay. Depends. We still need to figure that part out. Security, as everything is open and public, in open source, we see it as benefit because anyone can see and fix bugs. But when you work with money, there's probably a good number of malicious players that can spot the issue before it's fixed, and then they can do something bad. Like we saw these tens of millions of dollars hacks in Ethereum and other blockchains. So now, talent is dense, but experience is sparse. As I said, ideas come from anywhere, or there's plenty of ideas, which attracts a lot of people that are maybe not experienced. But as I also said, the blockchain is just there, so anyone can come and build something on top of that, which is awesome. And it attracts a lot of unprivileged people from like Africa or Asia. I have a friend that is helping people from Philippines to get into crypto and kind of like make money and things like that. But that also means that it attracts a lot of inexperienced people, which often leads to low quality projects and products. So what we need there is that we have plenty of talent that needs to be harnessed and kind of like molded into something productive. So we need experienced developers, project managers, product managers, and all these roles to kind of lead those newbies, let's say, which was one of the reasons why I joined, because I realized that this is an issue, and I've had 18 years of software engineering experience. Sounds like maybe even though I don't have the deep knowledge of Solidity at the point I decided to leave Red Hat, maybe I can work on that and then use my other experience to actually make a big difference in other parts of the development. So people ask about like what's going to happen with the blockchain, and then I have to say, no, I can't predict future, so I don't know. On the other hand, I've been there for some time, looking into it and trying to understand where it's heading. So maybe I can predict some of the future. So what is the future like? I think blockchain is staying. Whether it's going to be blockchain as an implementation, Bitcoin, maybe whether it's Ethereum as a smart contract platform, I don't know. We'll see about that. Maybe there is something new coming that will blow us away, and we will be like, okay, this is the thing solving. But in any case, I don't think that blockchain is going away. So it makes sense to take a look at it. We need to definitely work on UI and UX, and I mean mostly UX, because things like failing transactions that don't give you any error message is just terrible. So we need to figure out how to make these things more user friendly. If you want to get your wallet, you shouldn't need to remember the seed phrase. You should be able to get access to a hardware wallet. Well, in seed phrase, yes, but like private key and whatever. You should be able to get access to hardware wallet easily. And I think that there is a good opportunity in like smartphone makers to put in a special chip for having your wallet in your phone without relying on applications and things like that. So we'll see, but that's why I say we need all these people, project managers, product managers, user interface, user experience people to help us with that. And also we need to start talking about blockchain, which is super weird when I talk about blockchain the whole time. But what I mean by that, I got asked by a guy at a conference when I was doing the AI ML platform, when do I think that AI ML or AI in general is gonna get a real mass adoption? And when I thought about it, I realized it's already happened. We all use smart assistants like Siri and Alexa. We all use machine learning models when we take a picture and the phone improves the picture for us. We all use recommendation engines on various websites, and the whole Facebook, Google backend is full of machine learning models these days, right? And then I'm not talking about banks and financial institutions and all these things. Why did it happen? And the people didn't notice. Nobody talked about that thing being AI. Everybody talked about, okay, we have shitty pictures from our phones. Let's make it better, right? And we made it better. So with blockchain, we are all nerds. We like to talk about technology. We like to boast about how awesome this blockchain is and how fast it can produce blocks and how cheap it is with gas fees. Nobody cares, right? Everybody cares about solving the problems, and then like we need all those product managers, salespeople to be able to talk about blockchain without mentioning blockchain. But we'll get there. We need to work and discuss with regulators. We know, everyone probably knows that there is a war in Ukraine, and I've read today that I think one of the big exchanges, Kraken or someone, refused to freeze Russian assets because it goes against the blockchain idea, and it goes against the Bitcoin idea of like you own your money and nobody can take them. I think that exchanges should follow regulations because you have your KYC there and everything, and then like they should follow regulations. If you want to own your stuff, your funds, you have to take them off the exchange, which is generally best practice for anyone. But that doesn't mean that we should say, okay, take your money off exchange and then we don't, like, you're not regulated. We need to still figure out the boundaries. We need to figure out how to work in those boundaries. And that's also the place where like permission blockchains make sense, where if you want to work with real money, with real financial institutions, maybe you can't do it on public blockchain because it's too dangerous and too uncontrollable. We'll see. What the main drivers of blockchain and Web3 will be in the near future and then further away, I think NFTs, but I don't mean the pictures, the profile pictures of apes and CryptoPunks and all these. I think the NFTs, as in we are kind of all probably software engineers or architects or something like that, so we can imagine that NFT, non-fungible token, is just an object on blockchain with a defined API. So those are NFTs I mean. I just mean an object with a defined API that I can call on and I can transfer and I can claim ownership of. I don't care whether it leads to a picture or whether it leads to a house. Alfa Romeo announced recently that they are producing a new SUV car, and that car will record everything about the maintenance and working with the car, doing with the car stuff, doing stuff with the car on blockchain. Which means that if you're reselling that car, you don't have to worry about the book with your like service book and like whether the mileage is real and things like that. You can just look at the blockchain because it's recorded there and it's immutable, right? So those are the use cases that I'm looking at and I'm looking for. Gaming, obviously, NFTs for gaming and currencies for gaming, tokens, where you can maybe spend with one currency multiple games, and then you can go fluently and have to buy random magic gaming money into each game, and you can just like have one account and go across multiple games and things like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Metaverse, and I don't mean for leisure, like instead of watching Netflix on TV, I just put on goggles and I just watch Netflix or play a game in virtual reality. I don't mean that. I mean metaverse where you can meet with people. So maybe instead of going to a bank physically or going to a website and just like filling in forms, maybe you can go and do your business with the bank in metaverse. Because what we have seen in the last couple of years with COVID, people are not always willing to or comfortable to share their camera picture because maybe they are living in a place that they don't think is good enough for others to see. I am in a room because we moved recently that is full of boxes. You don't see it because I'm standing, and if I sit down, you'll see all my boxes because I don't have time to buy furniture. But maybe in metaverse, we don't have to care. Like maybe I'm sitting in a dumpster, but it looks nice, and you talk to me like I'm a random person, not a homeless person. I don't know, right? And then also a second use case for metaverse, I think, is in workplace, because Red Hat, for example, was a global company, really distributed, and I had often problems figuring out things between people, between teams, until we got into one room and we discussed something in front of whiteboard. Right, I think we can do it with metaverse. We can meet metaphysically, let's say, in metaverse and improve on productivity of our work if we are a distributed company, which we are mostly. Everyone, I mean, is. So that's where I want to focus when I talk about metaverse. And then interoperability, and I talked about interoperability between the entities and applications on top of blockchain, but then also interoperability between blockchains, because we get more and more blockchains which are completely separated, and we need to figure out how to bring them together, how to communicate between them easily and in a standard way, so that we can, like, I don't know, you have your NFTs with your houses on one chain, and then another government has them on another chain. How do we bridge that, and how do we like make it more seamless and more user-friendly? So if I should sum it up, and I hope I'm not too late, I think that those are kind of my pitch sentences for why blockchain is good, right? Blockchain gives you infrastructure which is just there. You don't have to worry about it. It's going to be there for you. It attracts many great communities, and it's very interesting to be in those communities. It promotes openness, not only in like software source code, but also in communication and in bringing random people together, because often you don't know who that person is. You just see some avatar and their wallet address, right? But you don't know whether they are people of color, what is their pronoun and things like that. And you don't often care because we just like know we are people, which is great, right? It's not for everyone and everything, but I think it's worth trying. So if you have a problem that you think may be good or well solved by blockchain or using blockchain, then talk to someone who understands that. And maybe they will tell you, well, it's a good idea, or maybe they will tell you it's not a good idea. But if you don't have anyone to talk to, just try it. It's not going to cost you that much, and you will learn something interesting. Doing it right is not easy. I kind of, when I think about decentralization and distributed code, like and smart contracts and things like that, I often go back to the difference between declarative and functional languages, and it's a mind shift to go from standard like C-like languages or Java or something to a full-blown functional languages, right? So this is similar, like the traditional environment has some paradigms, has some patterns, and then doing it the right way in distributed environment and decentralized environment like blockchain has a different paradigms, and you need to change your mindset to do it properly. Otherwise, we go back to we fall into the same traps, and we get to things like OpenSea, which everyone in a real blockchain community hates because it is just one kind of microservice application, and it doesn't do that much on blockchain. And then last point, NFTs, metaverses, tokenization, all these things are here to stay, I think. But maybe that's the answer for Adrian. We still need to find the real purpose. I don't think that that blockchain is something to try to find a problem. We know we have problems that blockchain can solve. We just need to figure out how to solve them in blockchain sometimes. But that's the same for any technology. I remember when containers started with Docker, and it's not containers started, when Docker started. Containers are 20 years before that, right? But when containers started with Docker, nobody knew what is it for. The use case now with Kubernetes and OpenShift and all these orchestration platforms is completely different than it was when Docker started. When I explained someone that they will need 15 containers to run an application, they were looking at me like crazy. Like, why would I just built my one container and it runs? Why do I need 15? So I think we are there with blockchain. Like, we know it's useful. We know we can find good use cases where it makes a lot of sense. But that real thing, that high-level thing that you just mentioned to someone and it clicks, for many pieces of it, we are not there yet. We need to still figure it out. And that's it. I'm going to just quickly skip back to my first slide so that you can see that social link there or social handle, although it's really small, so sorry about that. So please connect anywhere that you can find me. I'm happy to talk anytime. We can set up a call. I'm happy to explain things, elaborate, help you with things if I have time, because I have a lot of projects in my hands now. But really, thank you for your attention, and I'm really looking forward to Q&A.
That's awesome, Vaclav. Excellent. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
As you can see, I love your comment about the dumpster truck and your boxes. As you can see, I've got no such shame.
But I had many colleagues that would not open camera because their hair was not perfect, and maybe there was a cat running in the background, and then I haven't seen them in a year. And I'm like, but that doesn't make me connect with you, right? So maybe that metaverse can help with that a bit, because then you don't have to hide stuff. You can just make them up.
Yeah. And for those of you who didn't quite catch it, on one of Vaclav's slides, he had a DOA, which I looked up. That's a decentralized autonomous organization. Was that correct?
Yeah, that's it's a concept where instead of one person or multiple people, a team leading an organization and making all the decisions, it's kind of, you have encoded rules on chain in smart contracts, and then members of that organization, maybe by holding an NFT or holding a token or some amount of tokens, can vote on proposals and influence how that organization will kind of execute on things.
Cool, excellent. Well, we're going to move on to our next speaker now, but we'll see you again in the QA.
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice. Thanks, Vaclav. Okay, and so bouncing from the Czech Republic to Spain. So welcome, Jorge.
Hi, Adrian. Hello.
Good
How are you doing?
Hello. Very well, thanks. Good to see you. I just give our audience a couple of minutes to sort of start shifting their minds from blockchain in towards the mobile DevOps space. Can I tell you a quick mobile story?
Yes,
please. It's a bit cheesy. It might sound like a dad joke. I am a dad. I was
please.
working with these guys, and they had they're doing some event production. So they're in like this warehouse with a forklift, and they're moving things around to set up this show. And it was back in the days when mobile phones were big solid bricks. I'm sure you probably know the ones.
I remember that.
Yeah. And so they had the production manager, they were borrowing his phone, one of the guys, he had it sitting on the side of the forklift, and they're driving around, and apparently the phone fell off, and they ran over it with the forklift. This is no joke. And they were speaking to Graham, the guy on another phone, and they said, "Oh, Graham, your phone's flat." He's like, oh yeah, let's find the chargers. They're like, no, your phone's flat. It's classic. So those big indestructible phones, not completely indestructible.
True, that's true. That has changed indeed.
And I see retro sort of older, simpler phones are making a bit of a comeback.
Yep. So let me share quickly.
Yes, please give us your slides, so you can shut me up.
Good. That should be showing the right display.
Yes, there they are.
Great. It is wonderful.
Fantastic. Oh well, if you're all ready, I'll hand off to you. Take it away.
Thanks, Adrian. Thank you. So hi everyone. Thanks for joining today for this talk. I will be talking about migrating DevOps for mobile to the cloud. So the goal is explaining which are the cloud alternatives and how is the decision-making process that you can follow for deciding which is the best suitable cloud solution for you. And then I will describe some best practices that can be adopted during planning and execution of the migration. So let's see if this works. First of all, to the Geekle team in Ukraine, please take care and stay safe, and best of luck. Let's jump into the subject. First question we should ask ourselves always before any migration is, why should I migrate if I already have an on-prem setup that is up and running? Then we have here a diagram representing a classic DevOps setup for mobile. You will have some source code repositories and one or more CI/CD servers running pipelines, and maybe some testing devices connected to the CI/CD servers. And you will be publishing the outputs of the pipelines, either as artifacts in an artifact repository, if you are building libraries or frameworks, or maybe just publishing the apps into the public stores, Google Play or App Store, or maybe a private store for enterprise distribution or for testing. And actually, this diagram could represent almost everything of the diagram, any DevOps setup, right? The thing is that actually there are some parts for which you need a very deep knowledge on mobile. So specifically for the source code repositories or the artifacts repository, it will be pretty standard. But if we are diving into the details of the CI/CD servers, we will realize that we need macOS for running iOS pipelines. And that is quite different comparing to other DevOps setups for other technologies. And also, you need to install and update two different tool chains, one for Android and one for iOS. And those tool chains are actually quite complicated, and they change with a fast pace. And you need also simulators for iOS and emulators for Android. And maybe you will have those testing devices connected to the CI/CD servers. So pretty much everything here is very specific of the mobile ecosystem. And then about publishing to the stores, obviously there is a strong dependency on the policies and APIs from Google and Apple. So if we are focusing this dotted green box, we will have a chain of consequences. As I said, anyone operating this will need a deep knowledge of mobile. And the pace of change of the mobile ecosystem is very fast. We will have updates at least once a year or twice a year. And we need a specific infra. And because of that, many times, mobile engineers are taking on the responsibility for administrating and operating the mobile DevOps setup. And as a consequence, we have mobile engineers dealing with time-consuming of activities, and we have infra that is managed by engineers that are not experts in infra management. So finally, what happens is that the mobile engineers are losing focus. They are not building features for the mobile apps. They are not improving the apps. They are spending a lot of time in the DevOps setup, and they can get frustrated. And we can face scalability and performance and security issues because those mobile engineers are not experts in infra management. And typically, another problem that arises is that the infra is like a step behind the needs because we need a recurrent investment for keeping up with new testing devices, with new capabilities, because of maybe poor planning of the capacity that is needed for a number of reasons. So this is why you should consider migrating your on-prem mobile DevOps setup to the cloud. Because maybe at the beginning, you will have a DevOps engineer willing to learn more about mobile, but then the reality will come and maybe the DevOps engineer will be overwhelmed and you will end having a mobile engineer taking on that responsibility, and then the struggling with the infrastructure management starts. Then, which are the cloud alternatives? So at a high level, basically, we can choose either IaaS or SaaS cloud solutions. Let's go for it. A disclaimer, I will not be speaking in the talk about comparison of specific vendors. I will describe the process for deciding and best practices and so on, but I will not compare vendors. I will mention some vendors anyway, because of my own personal experience. Then with an IaaS alternative, the approach is replacing the machines that you have on-prem by machines that are in the cloud. And you are still administrating and operating those machines. And this approach has some advantages because you keep full control over the infra. So you know exactly how is the machine in which you are running your pipeline. And you can install any additional product that you might need other than the toolchain for Android or iOS. Any additional product for security, quality, whatever you need, you can install it in the machine. And of course, as you are moving from on-prem to the cloud, you are improving in terms of fault tolerance and scaling. As disadvantages, you are still keeping that time-consuming work for operating the machines. And you are not getting any additional service for mobile that usually in a SaaS model you will find. Some vendors that can offer macOS for the mobile DevOps setup are Hefner or MacStadium or AWS, and for sure there are more out there. Then let's discuss about the SaaS alternative. In this case, we are replacing the machines on-prem by leveraging the functionality we need with a service in the cloud. So we are getting rid of administrating the machines. We could find SaaS alternatives with a general purpose vendor that offers a service for mobile, but also for other technologies. And there are also some vendors that are just focused on mobile. The advantages in this case, first of all, is that you can relieve the team because you are removing the burdening of operating the machine. And then, of course, you will keep up with the fast pace of change for free because the vendor will do it for you. And most likely, you can leverage additional services because those vendors usually will offer device farms or test management tools or private store for testing, a number of additional services for mobile. As disadvantages, you don't have the control anymore over the infrastructure. So you don't know about the machines in which the pipelines are running. And you have a full dependency on the vendor for scalability and elasticity and performance. It's up to the vendor to do that. And of course, you will have a vendor lock-in. That we could argue that you already have a vendor lock-in if you are using, for instance, Jenkins. But somehow I see a different kind of locking if you are going with a format of YAML files for configuring and everything with one of these vendors. So some examples of vendors for this SaaS model could be Bitwise, that is quite popular, or CodeMagic, or Travis CI, or Azure DevOps. Good. So these are the high-level alternatives, some examples of different vendors. Let's talk a little bit about the decision-making for choosing the best alternative for you. So, of course, you can go and Google mobile DevOps and click on the first result, but you should not do that because this is an architecture decision. So you should follow the same process that you would follow for any other architecture decision. That will be basically, first of all, analyzing the requirements and constraints that you have, and then identifying and prioritizing the architecture characteristics that you have to support. Then you can decide at a high level if you are going IaaS or SaaS. And finally, you can do a trade-off analysis with different vendors and bearing in mind the architecture characteristics that you would like to support. So let's go quickly through all these steps. Understanding the requirements and constraints is a complex process because it's not only the part of the functional requirements, let's say which mobile technology I'm using, which are any specific steps that I have to support. That would be functional part, but on top of that, I should gather metrics about the number of engineers and number of daily pipelines and concurrency that I have to support. And I would need average and peaks for those numbers. And of course, I have to engage with legal and security departments because moving to the cloud means that I could need to deal with some constraints because of flow down terms of a contract if I'm building a mobile product for a different company, or maybe a policy of the security department about geographical location for the source code. So you have to engage with them. And then, of course, you need to consider timelines, your own timelines if there is a risk of obsolescence of the current on-prem setup, but also timelines from the business side because your plan for migrating will need to consider that. You need to think of any budget constraint. You need to understand if there is any company-wide strategy for the migration to the cloud. And it's very important that you understand all the details of any kind of on-prem dependency that you might have in your pipeline, because that will be a decisive factor for choosing one solution or another. Good. So after this analysis from all these perspectives, you can go ahead and identify and prioritize architecture characteristics. And well, first of all, my recommendation is that you can list which are the architecture characteristics that can apply to your scenario. And maybe you will be thinking of simplicity, maintainability, reliability, of course, maybe scalability, elasticity, performance, security, interoperability, overall cost. You can list all of them, and then you should engage with all the stakeholders that are relevant for prioritizing those characteristics. And those will be, of course, the mobile engineering teams, because they will be the end users of the DevOps setup in the cloud. But also, again, legal and security, super important, and the key business stakeholders. So altogether, you can agree on which are the 3-4 architecture characteristics that are more important for all of you. And in this case, maybe for a small team, you will be prioritizing simplicity and maintainability. Maybe for a large organization, scalability and elasticity will be very important. You have to discuss all those things. Also, depending on the nature of the product, maybe security is the top priority of the architecture characteristics, or just interoperability because on-prem dependencies. So it's an exercise about deciding which are the 3-4 architecture characteristics that will be supporting you later in the decision. Then this is a very subjective comparison of how different alternatives can do regarding common architecture characteristics that you can identify. Then for an IaaS alternative, I would say that they are strong in terms of flexibility and also performance and interoperability. And maybe weaknesses are simplicity and maintainability and overall cost. And I'm considering for this cost not only the cost of the infrastructure, but also the cost in time of the mobile engineers for operating the system. And then in a SaaS general purpose vendor, I think that strengths are reliability and also maintainability and scalability. And I do not see any specific weakness. And for a SaaS mobile-focused vendor, I think that they are very strong in terms of reliability, simplicity, maintainability, and scalability. And maybe they are rather weak thinking of interoperability because they are quite closed tools in terms of what you can do. Good. So this can be an example of a trade-off analysis, very generic. You can do the same for your case, and you can do a similar exercise when thinking of which is the best vendor, the most suitable vendor for you. So an overly simplified decision tree. In the left side, we can start by thinking if there is any blocker preventing the migration to the cloud. If there is any blocker, my advice is just try to remove it. Let's say that you could remove the blocker and move on, and then you should decide whether you are going IaaS or SaaS. If you have any product that you need to install and use during the execution of the pipelines that you cannot replace by any other product, then most likely you have to go IaaS. In that case, if you are going IaaS, check if there is any company-wide agreement that is good enough for you. And then if that is the case, go for it. If that is not the case, and you need a very sophisticated permissions management model and billing model, maybe AWS is a good choice because in that sense it's quite powerful. It's complicated, but quite powerful. And if that is not the case, just go ahead with a trade-off analysis, bearing in mind any kind of geographical constraint that you might have. And then we are done with the branch at the bottom about doing IaaS. If we didn't go IaaS because we didn't have that dependency with managing the infra by ourselves, then we could go SaaS. And if we are going SaaS, again, check any company-wide agreement. There is no reason for doing something just for mobile if you can fit into a wider solution. Then if that is not the case, there are two scenarios in which Azure DevOps could be a good idea. And that is either you need that sophisticated permission model, billing model, and again, with Azure DevOps, you can get that as you could get it with AWS for IaaS. Or maybe if you are planning to leverage all the services that Azure DevOps offers, then it's a good choice because the suite is quite complete. It includes boards and test management, and you can use device farms for Microsoft and so on. Let's say that you are not leveraging all the services and that you don't need that sophisticated permission management model, then just let's go ahead and do the trade-off analysis with the different alternatives and make your choice. Then, moving on, we have decided which is the vendor that we think is a good alternative for us. I will describe now some best practices for planning and execution of the migration. Some common best practices. First of all, try to optimize your pipelines before migrating. Why? Because you could have some Mac minis in a corner running your DevOps setup on-prem, and maybe you don't have any performance issue with those Mac minis. But as soon as you are going to the cloud, you will be paying for the resources that you are using. So the more you can optimize before migrating, the more you will be saving later from day one. Then maybe you are planning to leverage additional services. What is great is one of the benefits of moving to the cloud. If you are doing that, again, it's great. But I would say do not mix up that with the migration, because the migration will be complicated enough by itself. So my recommendation is just finish your migration and then start adding new functionalities and so on. And finally, maybe you are also not only migrating pipelines, but also migrating source code repositories. In that case, it's a good idea to mirror the repositories. So you can do all the tests and you can do whatever you need to do for executing and moving on with the migration while the engineering teams are still working on-prem. And then later you can switch. Good. So these were common best practices that I would say can be applied to any migration to the cloud for mobile. But then I would like to categorize the complexity of the scenario, because there are other sets of best practices that can differ depending on the complexity. And for that, let me categorize in 3 levels. A low-level complexity would be a migration in which there is a rather small team, maybe up to 4 or 5 engineers, maybe with a single code base, and they will have a few pipelines running every day and low concurrency. And then we can have a medium complexity scenario in which there are 2 to 5 mobile teams, maybe up to 20 engineers. And in this case, there will be shared components, there will be several mobile products, and the numbers in terms of concurrency and daily pipelines will be higher. And then finally, a high complexity scenario would be one of a large organization building mobile at scale, something like, I don't know, Uber. And in this case, we will have dozens of mobile engineers, multiple code bases, interdependent code bases, and we will have dozens to hundreds of pipelines and a high level of concurrency. So keeping in mind these levels of complexity, I could say that for a low complexity scenario, a couple of best practices are engaging the mobile engineers, the whole team from the beginning for a smoother transition, because in such a small team, it's much better if all the engineers can make small changes and tweaks in the configuration of the pipelines and can know how it works from day one. And I would recommend, of course, running end-to-end tests before switching. And then if we are in a medium complexity scenario, you should select a product that is complex. So a product with some dependencies, with shared components, maybe with dependencies with other products, and run a pilot just to check that your choice was good, and you can go ahead later with the whole setup. And apart from that, it's important that you coordinate with all the teams, because in this case, with different mobile products, most likely there will be different roadmaps and different plans. So you need to coordinate with all of that. You should run end-to-end tests for all the products before shifting. And if you do that, you can still do a one-shot migration. That means that you can migrate everything at a time, or you can switch from on-prem to cloud for all the teams at a time. This might sound risky, but if you are doing your homework and running all the tests for all the products, it's still feasible. And if you are doing that, you will be saving time in terms of avoiding the overhead of creating somehow interoperability means between on-prem and cloud. because you will have to do that if you are not doing a one-shot migration. And finally, in a large organization, high complexity, you should run a pilot with several products, because there will be products with a different casuistry. And if there is any impediment, you would like to detect that as soon as possible. You should design the pipelines for reusability and control, because sooner than later, there will be multiple teams updating those pipelines. I encourage you to run scalability, performance, and elasticity tests on top of the functional tests if you are in this kind of high complexity scenario. Regardless, SLAs and whatever the vendor can just promise, I would say, run your tests and set clear deadlines, because you would like to decommission your on-prem infrastructure as soon as possible. And for that, you need to have all the teams migrated to the cloud. Then I think that I'm still on time, hopefully. So wrapping up very quickly, an on-prem setup for mobile DevOps is draining time and energy from your mobile engineers, most likely, and is draining resources for keeping up with new testing devices, new infra requirements, and so on. There are mature alternatives in the cloud, and my advice is at least consider it. If you are moving to the cloud, to follow a process as for any other architecture decision. So think of the requirements, analyze requirements and constraints, identify architecture characteristics, prioritize them, and then do the trade-off analysis. Do the whole process. Try to minimize the impact in the business. That will make easier to get the buy-in from the business side, because otherwise they can say, well, you have your on-prem setup. Why are you thinking of doing additional work? Of course, again, run functional tests before migrating, but also especially in high complexity scenario, think of the non-functional tests. Again, scalability, elasticity, performance for your pipelines. And finally, my personal view is that you should try to go SaaS instead of IaaS, because you will get more benefits from the migration. And that was everything. Hope you found it interesting. Thanks for joining, and see you later in the QA session.
Awesome. Thank you, Jorge. That was excellent.
Thanks a lot, Adrian.
I particularly like the best practices you had. I thought those were very clear and very helpful. Really helped me understand, what you need to think about depending on your scale. It's excellent.
I tried to do that.
Cool. Oh well, I'll let you to take a break, and we'll see you again in the QA.
Sure, in 30 minutes.
Nice. Excuse me. And now also joining us from Spain, we have Fernando. Welcome, Fernando.
Hey, Adrian, how are you?
I'm very good. Just having a rough throat at exactly the wrong time. So welcome. So I understand from your bio that you do a lot of civic tech. That's something that you're quite interested in and passionate in. What sort of brought you into doing civic tech in particular?
Yeah, we or I or we as the community of developers, we are we have like a lot of we know a lot of tools. We have like powers, no? So using those kind of powers to do applications that help people to understand reality, or help the media to track some information, or to get some data that is trying to be hidden, is it's very pleasant for your soul. You know what I mean? I mean, you can do good things and also funny things, even doing this kind of projects. So yeah, and it's also very motivating. So yeah.
That's true. It feels good to give back, and it's very important in the times that we live, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So now, there is a small wave of people doing things, so it's great to be in that way.
Excellent. Well, I'll bring up your slide deck, and we'll let you crack into it and tell us more about what you're doing and data and so forth. So over to you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. So, hi everybody, and thanks for joining us, joining me. My name is Fernando. I come from Spain, and I want to talk to you about the how to introduce data in your projects, especially if you are a company that is not used to work with data. So going from the raw data to final visualizations, okay? And well, this is more or less what we will talk about. We'll talk a bit about my background and what we do in our company, and then try to set up a kind of scenarios about what does working with data mean, and the errors we have been facing as a company and what we have learned, and then also how to deal with the data and how to explore the data with visualization. So yeah, I work in a company called Populate. I have some experience doing web applications, especially in Ruby on Rails and JavaScript. And I also like a lot doing some DevOps and Ansible, and that part of platform infrastructure. I love it. Love to do that in my company. Well, you can follow me in GitHub and Twitter in at Verblappe, which is my name and my surname. So yeah, we do at Populate, we do civic tech projects with a lot of data visualization. We work with open data. We also try to open data, doing some scrapping, and we do tools for people for people to explore the data, for people to understand the data, and using the regular technology that a company, a startup could be using, like Ruby on Rails, JavaScript, I don't know, Docker, Postgres, etc. But for trying to focus all our energies in this kind of projects. So we work, for example, some project we have done for the ICIJ. We have creating the website of the Panama Papers, also all the tools that were created after to explore the databases. Also, yeah, some we did with them a small game, interactive game for desktop and mobile to explore, to understand, to make people understand how much did you know about Africa, and how try to break some misunderstanding about that continent. Also, we also do, sorry for some screenshots are in Spanish or even in Catalan, but yeah, we do a lot of work for Spain. So sorry. This is a project where we explore the census data from the National Institute of Statistics, exploring the data of how the population migrated and moved around the country in almost 2 centuries of period of time. And yeah, it was quite interesting. We also work with some NGOs. Here's the Residencia Estudiantes, where Dalí, Lorca, and a lot of important people met. We also work for local governments and local administrations, and I will go a bit deeper about this soon. And yeah, for example, here we are exploring and exploiting the visualization of the budgets of Catalonia. This is a simple chloropleth map where we can see the information aggregated through the different years and for every municipality of Catalonia. So yeah, sometimes one of the reasons of creating this company and working in this kind of projects is because even though the forces governments to publish data and to be more transparent, sometimes they are more transparent, but what they do is publish information in PDF, in Excel, in whatever format they want, and that allows them to say, "Oh no, I'm super transparent. Here you have all the information." But I can check a PDF, but I don't. I can process that and get the whole picture to understand how is the budget distributed or which are the budget lines that are taking more expenses. So uh, changing that information and converting it to something more usable for people, for citizens, is like very important. Is and it should be necessary and should be part of the law. So that's what we call usability of the transparency. So yeah, this is another kind of data visualization you can do to explore budgets. It's a bubble. It's a bubble visualization where you can see a lot of different dimensions of the data in the same visualization. For example, you can see the radius of the bubble is the budget per se. The color represents the gradient and the difference between the previous year. So yeah, data visualization is really important. So now, well, it's very common to say and to hear that, but truth is that data is everywhere. So it's easy that if you work in a company, you have to face a project or to start a project where data is involved. So yeah, it's everywhere. I don't know if you know this meme or this picture about the difference or the importance of having the data, but also exploding the data. No, you have raw data that is okay. You have all the information, but if you are able to help people to go through that data and understand it and make them like owners of that data, that's super important. And I'm not talking also about public data, but also data from your application. So yeah, data visualization is what I've said before. You have data visualization everywhere in your Twitter profile, LinkedIn. You have a lot of data visualization now in media, in the New York Times, in a lot of media, which is they are taking it very serious, and it's quite impressive. How useful is this for to understand and to complement the news and the information and how the news get more realistic or more like a new level of truth if you share data also together with the news. So yeah, it's what they call data journalism, and it's very very useful and also very important. Also, even in your this is from my electricity company, and yeah, in your invoice you also have even the possibility to see how much do you spend every day. So it's incredible. You also can toggle the kind of visualization, aggregate the data. So yeah, you can find this kind of charts and data share with you in a lot of applications that you use in your common day. So what's the issue with the data? What happens when you have to start working with data? And you're a small team or a middle team, I don't care, but you don't have the data scientist, or yeah, it's like you don't know how to face it, how to start, how 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 to start, or how to do the analysis, what steps to follow. So this is what I'm going to try to show you and give you some tips that I hope you like them. So for example, let's say this is an example from us, that the customer asks us to build this kind of this is what's called a population pyramid. It's a common visualization to explore the amounts of people per age. Okay, and you have men and women, and then here you have the age of the people. So for example, you can see here in Spain where the 40s are the most popular group, 30, between 30 and 50 is the uh, most popular group of people. Okay, so how do you get to this from a simple, in this case was a simple CSV the customer wanted to share with us? What do we do? What the steps we have to do? And also, yeah, this visualization was very simple. It was static. But what happens when you, apart from the data visualization, you have to add, for example, filters, or you have to allow the users to search? How can you integrate all these kind of controls, all this kind of experience, um, into your web framework of preference? Yeah. So first, you need to understand the format. Okay, what are you doing with the data? With what's going to be the result or the output of your work? Maybe you are doing a chart. You want to build a report, a weekly report or a monthly report, for example, or you just need to convert some data you have in your database to a data export for users to download it and give it to them. So the first advice is always, well, my advice is always keep things as simple as possible. When you think that you are doing things simple, I'm sure you can do even simpler than that. And yeah, the first advice will be to use, if possible, because you can't always do that, simple types. Okay, if plain text format that can be processable by humans, like you, at least you can read it, or you can open it in Excel or OpenOffice, whatever, and that can be easy to be processed by computers. Like, you have libraries to process, or you have tools to clean data, you have tools to do summaries of the data. So for example, CSV, JSON, or XML is not my favorite, but I think CSV and JSON are the the most common languages of interchange of data. Okay, I know XML is of course very important, but if you think on lightweight formats, or formats that for small projects, I think these are my favorite ones. And also you have a lot of tools to manipulate CSV or JSON. Apart that, CSV can be open in Google Spreadsheet, OpenOffice, whatever. You have tools like CSV tools. For JSON, you have JQ to process it. So yeah, you have a lot of ways of doing this. And also other considerations that you have to understand before doing anything is simple things that you don't face until you have started with it, which is, for example, how often is that data updated? Every hour. It's a stream of real-time data. It's updated every week, every month. How is the format going to change? Is the customer adding more columns? Is changing, I don't know, the format of the dates because of whatever? How is the data set? What's the current size and how is it growing? Maybe it's growing, I don't know, exponentially. So you have to consider not only the current situation, but how will it be in a year or whatever. And also where is that data? There are many things. I'm sure we'll see in a minute a lot of questions related with this. So the common tool or the common approach to do this kind of processing is to think about it like an ETL process, which is ETL comes from extract the data, transform it, and load it into your system. Okay, this is very common. You can set this you have a lot of information, posts, tools. We will see some tools in the following slides, and this is the best way or the common way to face this kind of processes. So extraction, the refers to how the data is retrieved. How do you bring that data? The transform stands for how the data needs to be adapted or clean or combined or whatever. Whatever transformation you need to do to load it into your system, and then finally load it and make it prepare it for your visualization, your report, whatever you are going to need. Prepare it for your application. Okay, so the first part, the extraction part, sometimes you probably connect to an external service. Maybe it's an API, so it's very simple. Maybe it's a database where you can get the data even using SQL, which is great. Maybe it's an FTP where files are dropped, and then things get a bit more complicated because it's not that when you work with files, maybe you have some issues. You have to mark the files as process, so it's not that elegant. Maybe it's a open data portal like Secan. Been enabled, and also you can download the whole data set, which sometimes is not the more efficient way to do this. Okay, how big is that data that you are need to extract, and where is that data? It's always available. Maybe it's published, I don't know, every day at 3 p.m. because the database process has finished, so you have to pick it specifically in that in a range of time. So And what to do with that data? Maybe you can, depending on the size, maybe you want to download it to a server of yours, or maybe you can think of the data like a stream if the data is very big, like, or maybe it's real time data. Maybe you want to get the stream of that data and doing the transformations even like in real time, like while you are getting the data, you are applying the transformations. So yeah, it's important, and it's also really important from the extraction phase to check um, that you have really extracted the data, because sometimes when file, especially if you get data from files or from FTP, it's really important to verify that the file you have is, for example, a valid CSV, or it's a valid JSON, or it's a that it also contains data sometimes, because sometimes might have been broken in their side and the file exists but it's empty, whatever, or the encoding has changed. There are many ways that many things that can happen. So yeah, for this part, the important thing is like to check all the things I have said, and yeah, go step by step up, doing the checks, and think how are you bringing that data to your system. Once you have that data, now it's time to manipulate that data. Is transform that data to something that your system is able to process, or to ingest, or whatever. And maybe you want not only to get the data and transform it, but you want also to enrich it, to iterate, or to combine with another data set. Or so yeah, in that case you have to like orchestrate different extract actions that get the different data sets that you want to combine, and be sure that you have all of them before starting the transform step. Okay. Another ways of transforming data, if the data set is small, and if you are a fan of SQL, is, for example, using a temporary table in MySQL, Postgres, or whatever, or even SQLite database, which can be dropped once you have done the transformations. And the power of SQL for doing simple or not so simple transformations is very, very interesting. And especially if you are loading the data in that database, doing the transform in a temporary table in the final database you are going to use. Of course, you will be dropping that temporary table once you have finished. Is very performant in terms of speed and capacity of processing, because you are saving a lot of network time moving the data from one side to the other. Okay. And also it's very common to do cleanup of the data, removing nulls, um, checking the integrity of the rows, detecting rows that contain invalid information, even strip spaces around some of the cells. You can do a lot of things here. Okay. Yeah, here, and also in the previous step, in the extraction step, but here, especially in the transformation, I think, in our experience, is where you develop more code, or you have to invest more time. So our experience is to implement all the steps as atomic as you can. So it's better to do more steps but more controlled and more smaller and more atomic, that doing a huge step of transformation that cannot be reused in the future, because reusing it is really important, because if you have more projects like this in the future, the things that you have to do with data, most of them are the same, independently of the kind of data you are processing. So we started some repositories with the tools and the actions we do for transforming and also for extracting, and this has been really good. We test those steps. We have the repositories. The steps are documented, so if any other person starts with the project, it's very easy to follow, and so on. Okay, so that's also another advice that is very important. And also, finally, for the road step, you just need to make the data available for your application. Once you have routed the data, you have to double check that the amount is similar or the expected amount compared with the data that you have downloaded. Sometimes, you want to open the data to an existing data set, or maybe you are just replacing the data, and maybe it's good to archive the previous data just in case if something is wrong. Also, you have to, maybe you need to synchronize with the application that is using that data to notify that the new data is available. So many things can happen. For orchestrating all these kind of steps, there are some tools out there. I have shared with you a couple of them. Luigi is developed by Spotify. It's free. It's an open source and very famous. And also Airflow, Apache Airflow, developed by Airbnb. So if you investigate them, they are all developed. They all use Python under the hood, and they are very simple and yet very, very, very powerful. Okay, even for the small projects, they are very interesting. And finally, for the data visualization, there are different approaches. You can develop the charts by your own, so using D3JS, which is the popular option nowadays. You can use prepare charts with data wrapper, Floris, and you can also develop a small SQLs with charts with Metabase, or if you know Python, in Python you can do a lot of things with only there are a lot of tools there. So I'm almost out of time. So I'm sorry if I've been running a bit, but I want to tell a lot of things. First thing is that data can be the dangerous or the risky part of a project if you are not used to work with it. So keep it as simple as possible. Don't work with it with small quick hacks, but try to create a process, a pipeline, define some ETLs, pick the best tool to do this, and try to reuse as much as possible. Okay, and yes, don't underrate it, and also try this to be natural to your company and to your workflow. So because it is not like developing a web application, but try to do things that make you comfortable, like doing testing and automate as much as possible. and so on. So yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer you. And yeah, you can follow us here in these links in case you want.
Fantastic, Fernando. That was awesome.
Thank you, Adrian.
Alrighty, so we're not doing too bad for time, so I'll just bring in some of our other guests. So we've got Vaclav and Jorge. So can check your screen. There you go, Jorge. And unfortunately, our first speaker isn't online at the moment, so when he comes back, we'll bring him in. So we've got a bunch of questions, and we've got a bunch of completely different subjects. So there's a few different questions that people have put in the chat that I'll have for some of you individually, and we'll try and tie it together, perhaps with a couple of generic questions that will apply to all of you, that you can all talk to the same sort of topic, if that's okay. So just to kick us off, then I noticed that some of the subjects, the blockchain in particular, and also the micro-frontends and the data and so forth, the question that came up for me was open source versus commercial. So I guess I kind of thought of this in your topic, Vaclav, the different maturity between open source and commercial offerings. What should you be looking for? But I realize it's a question that really applies to everything. So for for DevOps and for mobile, and for data and what you were just talking about, Fernando. So yeah, so just what are your thoughts on that? Vaclav, would you like to start?
Absolutely. So I don't see a difference between open source and commercial. I think those two are complementary, not mutually exclusive. Especially because I was almost 10 years at Red Hat, where we used open source and kind of commercialized it. So if we're talking about open source and proprietary, then I'm obviously a big advocate for open source. Even though maybe you will use some more restrictive license that don't allow people to reuse your code completely freely and things like that. But I still think that there is a benefit when you share, and not only source code of your application, but even the way you deploy it, the way you maintain it. We had an initiative called Operate First. You can go, I think it's operatefirst.io at Red Hat, which basically the goal was not only to open source the code, but also to open source the operation aspects.
But in terms of the maturity, like if you're coming into blockchain, are you going to get more runs on the board using an open source or a commercial platform? Is there much of a difference in terms of the maturity?
From the blockchain, as in where you run your smart contracts, I don't think that there is anything more mature than Ethereum. Anything else is kind of devised from Ethereum. Any commercial blockchains, which would be probably Hyperledger based, is basically a fork or implementation of Ethereum standards. So they are just catching up with Ethereum. So I think that from this perspective, Ethereum is the standard there, and everyone else is copying that. I can't speak for Rust-based blockchains like Solana, because I haven't really ventured into that too much. I'm focused on Solidity and smart contracts on EVM compatible chains.
No, interesting. And how about Jorge, in your space, commercial versus off the open source?
Maybe first thing is that maybe we should try to not think of open source as free, meaning that open source is just open source. And then you can use it for free, most likely, but you can also use for free a service that has a paid model. And you have free tier that is like incredible, right, in AWS or Azure or any other vendors. So I would make that difference. And then open source, of course, is mature. It changed the world because we had mainframes and closed systems before, and then we had Linux, and then over Linux, a new way of doing everything. And that was just powering all the rest of the changes, not relying on mainframe from IBM with their own technology, ops, and trainings and everything, right? So of course it's mature. And in the mobile space, many of the tools are open source, and many of the tools are free. And the main players are making the money because of something like getting money from sales in the stores, for instance, because main players are Apple and Google. So it's not that common to pay a license. But again, I will repeat myself. When there is an open source project, we should not think just of using it for free. And also those that are supporting the project deserve making their living if they are spending a lot of time on it. So maybe paying for the support makes sense from different perspectives.
Indeed. And how about you, Fernando? In the space that you work in, is open source versus commercial a debate that you have?
No, because we try to do everything as much as possible open source, even projects for customers. And they are happy to have their code. Sometimes, sometimes they have some they doubt about that. But this is local administration, so they are happy, and yeah, maybe they are even forced by the law to solve some things. So yeah, we are in the open source side.
I guess I'm not really surprised in the civic space. Vaclav, we have a bunch of questions here around blockchain, so I'll just throw one of them up on the screen there. So someone's asking about W3 being a bubble. What are your thoughts on that?
I completely agree that the bubble is going to burst. Like all these overvalued NFTs are going to go to zero. Well, not to zero, but to some much lower numbers. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to go back up. And I don't mean that maybe the apes will be here forever and we will be all surprised. But I think that as with everything, it has hyped up. Look at, I talked about containers and Docker, right? Docker was really highly valued and everyone expected them to be shining in the container space forever. You don't really hear about them today, right? Because it was the hype. They did something, they didn't catch up on that curve of what people are doing. And I think these NFTs and Web3 approaches, it will evolve. So we may see some survivors that's going to stay up, like maybe the Bored Apes, maybe the CryptoPunks, maybe something else. But then we will see a lot of things going down. But then those who survive, people will build on top of that, and people will copy that and build on that kind of example of the survivors, like we saw in DeFi, like we saw in blockchains themselves. Like in 2017, everyone did an altcoin that had their own blockchain, and only a few survived. Like if you look at the coin market cap from 2017 and today, the top players are completely different. So it follows the same hype kind of curves with any technology, and it's not going to be different with Web3 and current instantiations of that.
Interesting. Jorge and Fernando, opening that up to you, do you guys see, starting with Jorge, is there any sort of concept of hype and bubble in the mobile DevOps space that you're seeing?
Thinking of mobile, maybe the hype was AR and mixed reality and so on. But it's like this year again, we are thinking it will come something useful. This year again, let's see. Metaverse and all those related technologies can make it happen. And I have to say, Vaclav, that I would love to play a little bit around with blockchain. I mean, I think that everyone wants to do it now. I don't know about bubble or not bubble, but it's super interesting.
If I can comment one sentence, I think that metaverse and AR and MR, mixed reality, makes a lot of sense, especially for that use case that I described in my presentation. I would love to have a mixed reality glasses where I see the whiteboard in front of me and I can draw there with my colleagues from around the world. So I hope that hype for that will come for not just about buzzwords, but about actual use cases that we will finally see flourishing.
Yeah, I think it will happen. It will convert, but we need time, basically.
Absolutely. Not sure if Adrian is lost or stuck or something.
Yeah, you guys all froze for me, so I'm not quite sure if it's a me problem or a you problem. Let's hope it's just a me problem. Just sticking to blockchain for one more question. So we had this question come up. I'm confused. You know, how can I own my data, but you said everything's public?
The thing is that now if you produce any data online, it's mostly owned by the platform that you are using, right? You store your data with storage providers. You store your information and your social information with the social networks platform owners. The promise of Web3 and blockchain is that everything that you produce is tied to your wallet, and you own keys to that wallet. So you can destroy the wallet, you can delete the data because you are the only owner of that. Obviously, there will be things that still get stored centrally. So we still have to figure out how to work with GDPR and all these things, and data privacy and all these things. But the idea of like real, and that was when I mentioned that it's hard to change the mindset, and it's hard to build things really in a decentralized way, is that you should be able to actually own your data, not like that you have terms and conditions that even if you ask us to delete your data, we may still keep the copy somewhere in the archive and reinstantiate it later when you decide to come back because you love us, right? Something like that. So Web3 and blockchain promises you that when you delete your data, it's you as an owner of a wallet, of a private key, deleting it, not anyone else being able to do that because you are the sole owner of the data. And then also, if you delete it, hopefully it's gone. That's questionable because then the blockchain is immutable, it has history and all these things, so we can still come back and look at the data. But then for the latest snapshot of the blockchain, data should be gone. So it's complicated, I guess, and confusing. I completely agree. The one example that I can give you is the idea of the NFTs in the games. So right now, if you go to a game and you purchase some magic sword that is going to make you the most powerful person in the game, you can't take it away from the game. It's still there. And if the author of the game decides to take it from you and give it to someone else, they can't do it because it's their database. On blockchain, they should not be able to do it if it's done properly because you own it with your wallet, with your private key. And you are the only one that can give it up and sell it or give it to someone else. And even if you stop playing the game, the sword is gone from the game and nobody else can ever get it. So that's the idea.
Cool. Just switching around to the mobile DevOps now. Jorge, question for you. You were talking about SaaS versus IaaS and some of the different pros and cons. And one of the things about going to SaaS would be that you have less control than you would over IaaS. When would that be an issue? So when would lack of control be a problem and you would want to use IaaS?
The main issue that you can face is that you are using for any reason, let's say a security product for obfuscation of the code. That part of obfuscation is very important in mobile because everybody is downloading the bundle of the app. So reverse engineering can lead to the source code and secrets and so on. So let's say that you are using a product for obfuscation and that product cannot be used from the cloud, from a service, because it's not an API or it's just something that you are installing with a license and you need to put an input and get an output, right? So if you have that case, most likely you cannot go SaaS. In other cases, at the end, it's about bringing value, right? So DevOps and pipelines and so on is like a commodity now. So if we can have our engineers focus on creating value, much better than having the engineers working in updating 7 Mac Minis with the latest versions of whatever. Does it make sense, Adrian? Is it an answer? You're on mute,
I've got
Adrian.
a question for you, Fernando. That's sorry.
You were on mute. Sorry.
Sorry, what was that? Oh, I'm famous for that. I've only done it twice so far, not 3 times, so I'm on a roll. Fernando, we had this question come through for you. Processing huge data sets. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, in that case, yeah, maybe you need I would say, of course, maybe you can use SQL. I don't know if you know ClickHouse, which is a database really powerful, thought for working with huge amounts of data. But petabytes is like a lot of information, even because you can't even get a part of that information in your laptop. You need like set up special servers and where to store the data. So in that case, I would try to slice the data and try to work it in streams and get parts, and of course process in parallel as much as possible.
Excellent. So we're coming close to time now. Just got time for a couple of last questions. So one that I might throw up to everyone. So just thinking about people coming into the spaces that you're talking about today, so blockchain and mobile and DevOps and so forth. People are coming into those spaces and it's new for them. What's one bit of advice that you would give to someone new coming into the space that you've spoken about today? Vaclav, can I put you on the spot to answer first?
I was hoping you wouldn't, but I'll try. What is the advice? Well, don't be afraid. Like, there is nothing you can break, really. The thing is that there are testnets that you can get free money, free fake money, even faker than magic internet money. And play around with that. Make sure that whatever you do it in a way that you would do when you would do a software engineering anywhere else than on blockchain. Because one problem that I'm seeing even in our company is that people tend to take shortcuts. Like, they don't do PR reviews. They want to just deploy quickly by copying something somewhere and be done with it. That's just not how it works. If you want to be professional and if you want to have reproducibility and auditability and all these things, right? So use proper tools. Look at the development tools that are used commonly, learn them, and then learn the details and security and all these things. But do not take shortcuts for being quick with some workshop or something like that. It will bite you back when you don't expect it. Microphone, Adrian.
No, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. How about you, Jorge?
I do agree with Vaclav, and maybe as an addition, in that sense, not taking shortcuts. There are so many frameworks and libraries to learn and so on that you can be tempted to learn a framework instead of learning software engineering and learning how to use different paradigms in software engineering and designing systems. And then you can learn the framework and you will understand much better how it works and you will do a better job. So my advice would be start with just the beginning, that is learning software engineering.
Yeah, very wise. And how about you, Fernando?
Yeah, I agree with Jorge because it was my case. Also, I started from the roof instead of from the floor. And I would also recommend to follow open source or to try to invest time in open source projects, because it's a great way of staying connected with the community, to learn a lot of things, and to work with people that you won't work in your regular job.
Excellent. Well, look, on behalf of Geekle and everyone here, thank you to all three of you, to all our speakers today for this block of sessions. It's been a really interesting, diverse bunch of topics. And I guess we'll give time now back to you, the audience, to go and get a break, freshen up, maybe get a bite to eat or something, and get ready for our last block of speakers. So once again, my thanks to Fernando, Jorge, and Vaclav, and of course Lagu. So thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Thanks,
Take care, everyone.
Adrian. Thank you,
Bye.
guys. Nice to talk with you.
Bye.
Awesome. All right, ciao.
Welcome back, everyone. And now we want to say thank you to our sponsor, Site 24/7 by Zoho. Site 24/7 is a full stack performance monitoring tool, and it will help DevOps engineers and IT operators to monitor websites, apps, services, cloud, and network. And this is a part of Zoho Corporation. And today, if you follow the link that we will post in the chat, you will receive access to $250 value of services at Site 24/7. It will be added to your account, and you will be able to use it around 6 months. That's what it's worth to do the monitoring of websites, synthetic web transactions, and lots of great stuff. You can read more in the description, in the chat, and also you can click this link and you will receive this credit to your 24/7 site account. Thank you, Zoho, once again.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How are you today? Today, we are here to have in this block 4 speakers to talk about innovation, artificial intelligence. Let me say a little bit about them. We have today in this block Vinicius, Hakamine. We will talk about NLP, natural language programming, to tell a little bit more about this kind of thing, explain what he's doing, have maybe some demos to explain, to show us. And after Anna Kniphoff from Brazil to talk about escalation on some solution architecture solutions, and Rahat Yasir, Director of Data Science from Canada, to tell about designing data in artificial intelligence platform. And after Carlos Quiroga, Digital Architecture, to talk about open banking. It's a very interesting thing to talk about, very interesting things to talk, to tell us about it. And this will be a very, very interesting block, and we're hoping you enjoy and like a lot like us. Now, let me introduce Vinicius Hakamine. Hello, Vinicius. How are you doing?
Hi, Ivan. I'm doing good, but I'm a little bit nervous because it's my first international presentation. But I'm here and everything is ready for present the solution, all the information for the event.
Perfect. Good. You are from Brazil, no?
Yeah, I'm from Brazil. Now I'm in São Paulo, but here sometimes I'm in Rio because I really love Rio de Janeiro.
Good.
And it is except by the sun issues about Brazil, I believe it's the best city to live here.
Good. And I think it's a little bit hot today, no?
Yeah, a little bit hot today.
Good. Okay, perfect. Vinicius, we'll talk about natural language programming and AI, no?
Exactly that. I prepared a presentation to discuss and to show for you a lot of information about AI and common use cases and platforms that you can able to adopt without getting knowledge with statistics or data scientists. And also, I will show an MVP that we developed for our customers on the last Black Friday to then monitor their brand on social medias during the last Black Friday.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, perfect, Vinicius. Let's go then. Let me share your presentation. Okay, you could go ahead.
Let me start here, guys. First of all, today I will talk about how we can leverage customer experience using AI and NLP, but I'm doing an approach with more open and inclusive because I will talk about different kind of use case, not just about NLP, but also considering machine learning, robots in another kind of use case. So let me start. It is who am I? I work around 10 years with IT technologies. My first job was in Oracle, and I started there as an internship. And I passed in different areas in Oracle, working, and I started work with middleware solutions, in special identity management, access management, SOA, BPM, and then I moved to cloud technologies, and now I'm focusing on DevOps technologies, process automation technologies, and also for AI technologies. And here we have the information of my mail and also of my LinkedIn. Here I have my badges and my certifications. And if you wanna talk with me about anything or about a solution that you are intent to develop, I'm totally open to getting a conversation with you, and I totally will appreciate that. So moving for our agenda, first I will talk a little bit about AI and machine learning. And after that, I will explain about some approaches, about the approaches to implement an AI project, in special when you adopt a solution like a platform as a service solution, and how it can help you on your projects. And after that, I will talk a little bit more about the landscape of AI machine learning services from Oracle OCI. Obviously, we have a platform that are so similar for the other our competitors like Azure, Amazon, and Google Cloud Platform. And at the end, I will talk and explain about the architecture that my demonstration are running and at the item 4 MVP architecture. And after that, I will show for you all the results about this demonstration. Let me move to the next slide. Here, I need to ask help to you to post on Twitter, on your Twitter account using the hashtag NLP on Geekle. And at the final of the presentation, I am monitoring now this hashtag. I will show the sentiment analysis of the all posts on Twitter. And for start, to make sure if I will have comments to analysis with this demonstration, I will do a Twitter post using this hashtag. And after that, and at the final of the presentation, I will explain how it works and how NLP works translated and extraction, the entities and the sentiments related with those entities. Here is my comment. For example, I put here a totally different subject. In special, about the Twitter post that I asking to you do using the hashtag NLP on Geekle. Please tell me about your expectations about my presentation and about your experience during the Geekle event today. And after, at the final of the presentation, I will show to you everything that is possible with this simple solution that I running to you on this demonstration. And here is my comment. I love it. Shampoo, but the delivery was late, and I put the hashtag that I am monitoring on Twitter. And here is my Twitter post. And back to the presentation. In the next slide, here I have an important message to you, because it is important to have it on mind all the time. All the opportunities that we have for a project using AI or machine learning, it doesn't matter. Every then, all the opportunities are on the data. And here I have this image on the slide to explain to you. We can adopt a lot of different sources of data for our projects for AI. It is an important thing that we need to have in mind. For example, if we are using data from a DB or from an application, normally this data is structured, and this data is easier to handle. And when we move to the semi-structured data or for unstructured data, it is a challenge for us on the project for AI, because we need to handle all this data in a proper way. And that there are another aspect that I really like to put a spotlight on this aspect is about the data that you are using on your project. I mean, if you are using your own data for your project, you will have just the point of view of your data, of your company data, for example. But if when you start to consume a data that is not on is not your data, it's bring for you awesome results, because you can start understand the marketing, the point of view of customers, understand the feelings that customers have about your brand, about your services, about your products. And it is an important view that we need for our business. And move to the next slide. It is totally linked with this slide, that here we have the chain value of AI project. Normally, we have those five phases for a project, for an AI project. Normally, we have the first phase is the data collection, that we will recognize the source of data that we are using, and after then we do the data storage. And on this step, normally we need to get some knowledge of statistics to categorize, to classify it, and to storage all the data related in a proper way. And for the third step is the data preparation. I believe is the most important step, that it will require a lot of maths knowledge and statistical knowledge and data science knowledge, because here on this phase you need to do all the adjustments that you need to do with your data, and also with your algorithm, to your algorithm after the training, deliver to you the best results than possible for this kind of implementation that you choose. And the last one is just the part that you get your pre-trained algorithm, and you deliver that for your project. I mean, you can do that in many different ways. For example, delivering an API that delivers the feature that you are developed using AI. Or you can do a scheduled job that collect data from your application and processing everything using your algorithm, and get all the output, and this output is used in a proper way on your application. So on the next slide here, I put this image that I really love this image, because here we have all the types of AI that we have today on the market, classified our projects. First type of AI is machine learning. Normally, machine learning you can adopt machine learning, for instance, for any type of AI. You can adopt a machine learning type, and it is possible to you develop a feature that apply a speech use case, for example. And something that is important here is normally machine learning use cases. They are related with deep learning, and normally deep learning requires a lot of data to implement this kind of project, and you also need a lot of compute power to processing all this information. And for the more common use cases, machine learning is used for predictive analysis. And the next one is the natural language processing. That is the type. That is the kind of AI that I am using on the demonstration. That my demonstration is monitoring the Twitter post with the hashtag NLP on Geek. And this algorithm, in the case of my demonstration, it is translated the sentiment of the users about the entities that the AI recognize on the post, in the posts. And the next kind of AI is speech. It is totally related with the natural language processing because speech is adopted to transform speech to text and text to speech. And it is make easy the interaction with a person, and it promote the customer experience because you can deliver a better experience for your customer or for your employees or for audience that are using the feature that you deliver on your project. And the next one is expert systems. Normally, it is a kind of system that require special attention, and it is normally is a use case that needs that needs something totally different than the common. For example, here as a use case that can be applied here is the nuclear plants. For example, you can use this kind of AI to understand when is needed to do maintenance in all the equipment, or if we have anomaly behavior, and it can trigger an event that can be an incident or something like that. And after that, we have the planning, scheduling, and optimization. As the name said, is exactly that this kind of AI deliveries, and it is largely adopted for processes, in special when we talk about optimization. And the next one, here we have robots, and robots are something that are new because at the past we only had RPA, for example, and now we have different scenarios using this kind of technology. Like for instance, the autonomous car, autonomous technology like Oracle Autonomous Database that apply artificial intelligence to self-securing, to self-drive, and a lot of things that a robot is needed. And normally robotics use cases, they requires the other use case like vision, for example, to understand how their actions impact on the environment, or NLP to processing the information that a person speak for a robot. In this case, we need to adopt 3 different technologies: robots, speech, and natural language processing, NLP, in this case. So move to the next slide. Here we have the landscape of the AI and machine learning services that Oracle have available on OCI, on Oracle Infrastructure Cloud. And here we have the 2 kind of different services. The first one is AI services, and the last one is machine learning services. AI services, I believe they are so special and cool because this kind of service permits you implement a project with pre-trained algorithms, and you need just to configure the service or call an API, and everybody is hedged to use as the same thing that we developed for the demonstration that I will show to you at the final of the presentation as well. So the first service here is digital assistance. Digital assistance is normally used by handle interaction with humans and with systems. And we have a lot of different use cases that it is possible implemented using a digital assistance solution. In special, we can adopt cases for frequent asked questions, for example, or to have a skill to deliver a different experience for your customer or for your employee, like open a service, a support ticket using a digital assistant. It can help a lot because the interaction by the chat is easier than a human interact with a system that there are a lot of buttons and options that they need to fulfill, and it is turning the things more simple and attractive for the users. And you can develop a lot of different skills on your digital system. Like I said now, for a support ticket, for example, or you can provide help for some use cases, or for your customer buy something, and the possibilities are infinite here with this service because you can develop a lot. You can develop the skills, and the skills can do everything, considering the technology. Is needed the customer interaction using a channel that can be a chat on a portal, or it can be it can be SMS messages or WhatsApp messages, and so on. And the next service is language. I really love its services because I believe it is the most useful of the AI services because it can do the text classification. This algorithm permits you classify the content of the text that you send to the services reply to you. And also it's possible to do the sentiment analysis that is the scenario that I adopt for the demonstration. And also it's possible do a lot of different scenarios for the extraction information use language. For speech use case, they are more simple. It's normally adopted by transforming text to speech and speech to text. For instance, if you think in a telco industry, they can can adopt this kind of service, this kind of algorithm to transcribe all the calls with their customer, and they will have all the information in accessible and classified if they adopt language together, for example. And for the other three, I will explain something that they a little bit different for the others that explain till now. Vision, anomaly detection, and forecasting. Those services permits you it allows you training the algorithm using your own information, and it is make it easy you implement complex scenarios, like, for example, adaptive vision, for example, using hospital images to understand if the patient are in risk to getting a fall. It is a possibility to do using vision, using your own data, training this algorithm to deliver the feature as you expected. And for anomaly detection, we have a lot of different cases here that we can adopt these services, but normally it is useful to understand about an anomaly will happen or is happen. And you can adopt this kind of service, for example, to understand for my all transactions that I have in my company, I can understand which transactions can be a fraud. This kind of algorithm can allows deliver this kind of feature. And forecasting, it is a simple service that forecast that do the forecast for based on the information that you trained the forecasting, and also for the information that you send to forecasting predict, for example, the numbers for your fiscal year closes, and that it will happen in May, for example. And move to machine learning services. Here we have a platform that's a little bit different than that AI services, because here the platform is more open to implement any scenario that you choose. But here you will help with all the 5 phases that I said before to you about the data collection, data preparation, and the data storage and algorithm training, and also the application development, because these services can help you in all the 5 phases, but it is different of AI service because AI service is ready to use. And in case you need a different behavior for for vision, for anomaly detection and forecasting, you can train the algorithm with your own data to the algorithm deliver the feature as you expected. But here it's totally different, because the platform will help you on the data collection, on the data storage, on the data preparation, and also on the algorithm training, and using OCI data science allows you transform your algorithm in a scheduled job or in a function or an API. It is also possible using data science, and data labeling will help you with the classification of your data. You can define it and set to the algorithm this is an image of a car, for example. And also we have the Oracle database machine learning that it helps a lot with the algorithm training, because it delivers the feature of auto training, and it is make easy training and do all the adjusts that are expected during the phase of data preparation. And now, we have time. Good. I will explain to you about the architecture that we delivered this MVP to bring monitor based on Twitter data and also for Facebook data. And this solution is a simple solution because here we have just only one container that it is scheduled for minute by minute to collect data from Twitter and also from Facebook. And after that, this container sends all information that it collects to OCI streaming services. It is only a Kafka streaming. And we have the second container that you can see on the slide as a predict sentiment container. And this container is just he just read all the information on the stream, and it validates if the post are exist on our database, and if it is not exist, it calls the API for translation to standardize all the information to English, and after that, the services call an API of OCI language to get the sentiment analysis of this comment. And it is how the solution works. And I also have plugin on my database, report tool, that here I am adopting Oracle Analytics Desktop because it is free if you are using Oracle database or Oracle Autonomous Database. And now I will show to you all the results of the monitoring of this Twitter hashtag. And let me get the Analytics Desktop and show it to you. Here we have all the analytic information here, and here it is updating with all the information that the solution processed during my presentation. And now you can see a lot of different words here. And also we have the sentiments of related by this entity. For the words in green, the sentiment is positive. For the words in red, the sentiment is negative. For words in blue, the sentiment is neutral. It's not positive and not negative, but it was cited on the comments or on the Twitter posts. And thank you guys for the all tweets that you post using my hashtag. And now, when you look for the information that we have here about the comments, we can look at we can see different things. For example, if you look for the Twitter ID, for example, for this first comment is on the same tweet, but I have 2 lines here because on the comment I have 2 different entities. Intelligence, that the comment was positive, and OCI language services is having the service also delivery the accuracy rate that we are having here. It's something like 99 and 98%, and it is a sentiment positive. And here we have a sentiment that is neutral, because if we read the comment, we have here Worldwide Software Architecture Summit 2022. Artificial intelligence is awesome. When you talk about software architecture, we don't have a sentiment that is positive or negative. And here, as a prompt to you, I have the comment that I posted at the beginning of my presentation. It is about the shampoo. That I said I love shampoo, and I have a positive sentiment about this entity. But I complaining about the delivery services, and the delivery have a negative sentiment here. And we can use we can adopt this kind of solution in a lot of different ways. For example, there are a lot of things that I not consider here, but I believe it is also so important. Like, for example, the quantity of likes that his tweets have. It probably means how many person agree with this comment, and also about the retweets, about this tweet, how is your range? If I had a lot of retweets, probably I will have this information seen by a lot of people. And guys, the time ends, and it is all that I intend to present you. I expected you like of my presentation. If you have anything that you wanna talk with me or discuss about solutions, anything, you can contact me by my mail or by my LinkedIn account. No have problem. I will appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vinicius. Fantastic presentation. I like a lot. I have some questions, but let's try to use this in Q&A session.
During the Q&A session. No
yes,
problem.
yeah, in Q&A session. Okay, thank you very much, Vinicius.
Thank you for your feedback, Ivan, and for all your presentation here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see some. Let's now introduce Anna Kniphoff. It's okay, my pronunciation?
Yes, it's perfect. Hello,
Good.
Eva.
Hello, Anna. How are you doing? How's
I'm
the
fine.
things in Brazil?
Yeah,
You're
things
in
are
São
okay
Paulo?
here. Yeah, I'm based in São Paulo, but I'm
Oh.
Gaúcha from the south of Brazil.
Okay. Then you have a lot of hot in São Paulo, I think. I think São Paulo is a little bit hot than south of Brazil.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Anna, you talk about architecture, no? About different kind of architectures, and okay, perfect. It's here your presentation. Let me add it to the presentation. Yeah, how to scale
I have
solutions
already
architecture.
started sharing. my screen,
Okay,
right?
perfect. Okay, Anna. Perfect. So if
Perfect.
you could go ahead. Thank you.
So it's really nice to be here again. I've been part of the first one of the Geekle Solution Architect Summit. And my name is Anna. I work as a solutions architect at Meta, previous Facebook. And today I'm going to talk to you about the solution architect can scale its influence and also impact cross-functionally, and not just in terms of customers. Can you hear me well? Is everything okay with the presentation? Okay. So I'm going to start this conversation trying to understand why the solutions architect is such a hard to find profile in the market. And to understand that, first of all, the most important thing that I should mention is that the solution architect is kind of a puzzle career. One piece would not form properly the image. You are really going to need all the pieces working together. And which are the pieces that compound this career? An SA requires to have several different skills, both technical and soft ones. Let's start reviewing the technical ones. First, infrastructure skills. They are really important, and you need to comfortably navigate both an on-prem and cloud infrastructure, as not all the markets has completed its journey to the cloud, and some of them never will by their business reasons. One of the most important integrations you are going to have are regarding identity. It provides the ability to manage the authorization and authentication of users in the platform in a most secure fashion way. Experience with the main IDPs, authentication protocols, and so on are really important to properly advise your customers. Unavoidable topic for the moment, considering all the regulations in place globally, knowledge on data ownership, security, and compliance are must-have. It includes since the security layers provided by an architecture to all the compliance and regulatory knowledge. And everything is connected by the network. To be able to design a proper architecture to the customers and also troubleshoot general network issues related to both network infrastructure and security is extremely relevant. Checking availability, firewall, and proxy rules, preventing some sort of connection, latency promoting stability, protocols misconfigured, are tech crucial skills to work as an SA. All of that is accomplished using our native integrations offered by the product or with the exposure with the APIs. It does not mean you need to be an expert developer, but it is amazing if you understand algorithms, logic, test, troubleshooting, etc. Understanding code, best practices, design, and code architecture could be really nice advisor work you do with your customers. And here's the funnest part of the job, and when the puzzle gets really interesting, the extensibility part. The extensibility we have through the integrations capabilities of the product. Integrations are important, first of all, because everything gets kind of integrated at IT environments. You need to integrate it with at least an identity system, as we previously have seen. But there is one of the huge opportunities to bring protagonism to the IT teams, delivering bots, automation, reducing operational costs, and delivering a much better experience to the user. And if you work as a solution architect, you work with a solution that is a service or a product to deliver value to some business. And understanding the product lifecycle since the conception design until the post-launch, it's extremely important to position the value of the product, the reason for some changes on product strategy, and how its features would address the main business goals. Okay, wrap all this up, and you now can have an architecture landscape. You can understand the customer environment, their model of IT governance, their constraints, and provide the best architecture flow in order to implement the product you master. And always remember, as long as it's safe, reliable, scalable, keep as simple as you can. Any point of an architecture is a potential point of failure. Less is more. But it's not about technical skills. And it is nothing new at this point that it is require a lot of empathy, right? And empathy is something we improve as a habit. And what about negotiation? And it does not mean you are negotiating price or an acquisition. Every objection you handle, negotiation. Time frame of execution, negotiation. Communicating is an endless negotiation exercise. Handling objections is extremely relevant during the pre-sales process. There are many reasons the IT team are addressing objections. They may not know the product, they may not understand the business value to other areas, they may not be engaged at the decision stage, never happen. Handling objections is an art you should master. This is, from my point of view, the most challenging and also most exciting part of the job. And handling expectations, the usual case of the unicorn. Customers want it all, and we need to understand that as we are also customer for hundreds of products. Troubleshoot an issue is an investigative work. You need to isolate a hypothesis, track the flow of data, discover the root cause, address the issues, and fix it. Consider this exercise in more complex environments, and now it gets even funnier. Troubleshoot is a matter of practice, and architecture abilities are extremely important here. And handling fires. Yep, we know shit happens. We're all exposed to downtime and outages. This is a soft skill, even if you do not think so. Because during a fire, technical knowledge is not enough. You need to have sense of priority and urgency, keep calm, be able to properly communicate the stakeholders, and for sure, fix or make sure the issue is fixed. And then we talk about frustrations that are part of the human nature. They are unavoidable. And again, shit happens. What is important to keep in mind is how empathic you are dealing with other frustrations. Put yourself in other shoes, understand the impact for the customer and how you can mitigate it and prove real partnership commitment. And while you improve your soft skills, one of them is to keep tech savvy. Technology is constantly evolving. The best advice I can have for you is keep open to new ideas, new ways to do the same things, and keep an eye at the news in technology. With all that in mind, by now, it is clear enough that solutions architect career is a generalist one and not a specialist. You really need to be able to navigate over different tech areas, knowledges, experiences, switch context a lot and every day, and to be adaptable. And as far as I understand the market, this is one of the biggest challenges on the SA hiring process, to actually map the generalist profiles. And with that comes the need to the established solutions architects at the market to think even more about scalability. But what does scalability mean? At least for systems, according to Gartner, scalability is the measure of a system's ability to increase or decrease in performance and cost in response to changes in application and system processing demands. But how can we define scalability for a role, for an SA? I would say that scalability is the ability to shape our influence and our impact as technical advisors, smoothly answering for an increasing need of business without losing technical excellence along the way. But how do we answer for an increasing need of business without losing technical excellence along the way? To answer that, I bring to you which I consider the four main guiding principles. And we start with the single principle, the single responsibility principle, a principle that we borrow from design patterns from GAF, which can inform us at the very base about how we set the grounds for scalability. During our daily basis activities, it is crucial to start thinking about decoupling at the bare minimum any possible activities we execute. Encapsulating your activities in small parts are the best form to inform and be prepared to our next principle, repeatability. As soon as you have those small activities encapsulated, it gets easier to apply intelligence over them. And you can start mapping repeatable patterns like how many times a day, a week, a month, a half I execute the task? What are the most common requesters of this task? What are the main business needs attached? These are, of course, non-exhaustive questions, just to exemplify the mindset over the principle. You can and you should map other patterns which may be much more related to your product, your team, your business goals. But what is important to take into account is that patterns can guide you into our next principle, reusability. And no surprises here, the most powerful way to create reusability is to document as much as you can, and that it's possible, the answers to the patterns found. It may be documented over different kinds of outputs or assets, like technical specifications, step-by-step guides, most frequently asked question lists, a presentation with a storytelling. But it can also, for example, become an enablement session, one-to-many, for specific interlocutors that constantly need that kind of guidance and advisory. Or even best, that can multiply that knowledge with others. And also important to use intelligence collected over patterns mapping to guide on the most suitable prioritization. But do not forget one of the most important guiding principles of all, which is the last, but absolutely not the least important from all, measurability. This must be the all-along journey principle guiding you, orienting you from encapsulating the task, mapping patterns, until producing reusable outputs and assets. It is not new to any one of us that data is proving to be our main and most valuable asset. So always have a metric-oriented mindset and keep track of the impact and influence you could perform over the business, both in quantitative and qualitative ways. But how can I measure influence? How can I measure impact? First of all, it is massively important to mention that metrics should be conceived from the beginning of the journey and lapidated along the way. Final numbers are very important, but they can be much more powerful if you have two or more different points in time in order to compare before and after. But let's see some examples of quantitative and qualitative metrics you may use. Let's begin with the most obvious ones, quantitative. How do you directly influence the business? Most of the time, and this is not always, most of the time, it will be concrete through numbers that can be revenue, but can also be engagement, usage numbers, depending on the business. In terms of maintenance of your customer base, potential uplifts, and upsells opportunities, but also new business. Remember, the main reusability principle output, you can also measure assets created and updated that could be reusable. For how many times? By your interlocutors. And with that, you can also measure how much time has been saved, avoiding repeatable tasks. And finally, you are not an island. Ask your peers, ask your internal customers, which are their KPIs, which are their business goals, which are their team goals. And you can also measure how you can also benefit and impact them. And jumping for the not always so obvious part, the qualitative metrics which are very important as well. And you can measure and document the impact in terms of architecture improvements or expansion, which may mean different things according to the product or the service under your scope. Also important to measure impact on product and service usage. And finally, customer or a cross-functional peer or an internal customer satisfaction. To understand satisfaction per se, you can run surveys or collect different forms of feedbacks. And I can provide you with some examples. Impact for the business goals. That could be a jointly business goal as well. Excellence on the service, help, advice, guidance provided. Impact on existing documented or reusable assets that you may have produced during this journey. And finally, transparency on the process. And it's really important to mention one more time, these are absolutely non-exhaustive examples. They are actually intentionally generic, just to serve as a guidance as examples. Most of the metrics that would matter most to you are most of the time attached to your product, service, or your team goals. And as a final message, you are not an island. You work inside a team, inside a company with different areas that at the end of the day share a business goal. And if you really want to influence, I have a couple of advices here. First of all, value people. Value people inside your team. Value people that are working cross-functionally. There is no influence without a trustful relationship. Set up a one-on-one. Try to identify goals that are jointly goals that you can use to leverage your relationship, but also your activities in terms of scalability. Actively listen. Listen to people and to customers and to internal peers with full attention. Ask questions. Ask as many questions as you need to understand the business need, to understand the challenge, to understand what can bring value to them. Teach. This is something important. We are advisors. We are influencers. So we can also teach. And we don't need just to be here to solve problems, to build architectures, to advise on specific related preconceived questions. We can teach how to reach the answer. We can teach the way. One example that I give to you is like, I want to help my customer on a journey to build a bot. Help your customer. Teach the best practices. Provide a general guideline. You can guide people to reach the answer by themselves as well. And it's also the same for internal customers. We can teach them, we can guide them to the answers. And they can also then multiply this guidance and guide other people. Share experiences, share your knowledge, share everything you think has value. Even if it seems obvious to you, there are a lot of people that would benefit from your experience, from your knowledge. That experience, that is your biography, that nobody can repeat. So share things. Do not be afraid to share your experiences and, for example, to be in such an amazing event as this one. Learn from your coworkers. Learn from your internal customers. Learn from all cross-functional folks. They can help to critically shape a most successful impact, a most successful influence, and help you scale. It's from their interest as well to scale the business. And finally, and this is super important for a life, for your career, despite the chair you are. Take ownership. You are the owner of your own career, and you can have the influence on people, on the industry, on customers that you want to have. So trust yourself as well and take ownership of the way. Thank you very much. Here's a little bit of who I am and a little bit of my previous professional experiences. I can say that I am a generalist, and it prepared me as well to be here now speaking as a solution architect for you. Thank you very much for all of you. And here are my contacts. You can find my LinkedIn here and also my email to get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Awesome presentation. I like it a lot. You talk about a lot of points, specific points, like it's like obviously, but nobody do this. Nobody put the cross-functional teams to work together. You talk about specific points, which is these are key points to very interesting success architecture. Very interesting. I think is the biggest challenge is to engage the functional team. In my experience, is the more challenging part of the process.
Exactly. People are always a challenge for IT folks, but we need to learn
Yes.
each time more. Thank
And
you very much.
engage. I think is this part to engage the people, to work together, to teach. It's very important. Those are very, very important points.
Yeah, and to ask questions, to hear from them, because we can help them better. We can help our business better if we hear and understand their goals, because we know our goals. We know where we would like to reach and what we need to accomplish. But sometimes we don't know what is the goals of other teams, and this can help us a lot in terms of scalability.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank
Awesome
you.
presentation. And we have a lot of questions, but it's for the QA session.
Perfect.
Now let's see. We have a new.
See you there.
Not here.
Bye-bye.
Then bye, Anna. See you soon. Okay, we have the next presenter is not here now. Let me check because we have 1 minute to start. Let me check his entering to present in 1 minute. Hello, Rahat. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. What about you?
Good. Perfect. Let's start. We're just on time.
Perfect.
You are from Canada, no?
Montreal, Canada, yeah.
Yeah, good. I think it's a little bit cold there, no?
It is. It's like maybe minus 15, minus 20 outside.
Wow. Very cold. Okay, good. Perfect.
Where are you based in?
I'm in Chile. I'm Brazilian, but I'm in Chile. Here it's a
Okay.
little bit hot today, but not hot like Brazil, but it's around 20 degrees.
I
good.
wish
Good.
that's that's the dream, man.
Good. For us, everybody wants a lot of things, like who is in the heart wants the code, and it's vice versa. Okay, let's start here. We were talking about designing that data and AI platform in Azure. No?
Yep.
Perfect, perfect. Did you have your presentation ready?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen.
Perfect. Perfect. There is. Perfect. Is with you, and you could go ahead.
It's 30 minutes. Okay.
Yes, 30 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for participating in my session, and thank you for inviting. My name is Rahat Yasir. You can see it from the screen, and today's presentation is about designing data and AI platform in Azure ecosystem. And today we will talk about a lot of things within Azure ecosystem. What are the data things that you need to design a data platform? What are the components you need, and what are the essential components that you need for an AI platform? When we talk about data and AI, we cannot keep them separate. We need to have them together so that AI can use the data to get trained and like design those models, and like we need to like monitor the model, retrain the model, and all those things. Within Azure ecosystem, how can we use those tools, and what are the tools that are available, and how does the architecture looks like? That will be the key topic of today's conversation. And I will also like give a key overview of the personas in terms of like data and AI ecosystem. So as I said, we will talk about enterprise data and AI strategy, end-to-end data and AI platform, what it looks like, what are the tools that you need, data and AI lifecycle, key personas, AI competence, and AI service. To be honest, like if I take this session, even if 1 hour is not enough, so I had to I will have to squeeze all those big topics in 30-minute sessions. So I will try to cover as much detail as possible so that it's more clear when you're designing a full data and AI system. So, if I talk about myself, I'm the director of data science and AI at Isaac Instruments. It's been a while I'm working in this data and AI industry, and you can see my photo. It's been a while we are doing all those online sessions. That's one of the reason why I put that photo. But outside of that, I'm also a Microsoft MVP. It's been 7 years that I'm a Microsoft MVP in AI, and I'm based in Montreal, Canada. So, the first heavy topic is enterprise data and AI components. When we are talking about data and AI, it's not just about just a database. It's not just about just downloading a CSV and training a model. It's more than that when we are talking about enterprise level. So on the left, you can see these are the AI data components. In the middle, you can see these are the AI components. And on the right, you can see these are the platform components. So the platform that you chose, whether it's Azure, AWS, or Google, or something else, your platform needs to have those tools, those features, so that instead of going here and there, you get everything in one place, and you're able to design the full platform from a single point of view. For the data platform, so data components, what do you need? So in an enterprise level data and AI components, you need to have proper mechanism to ingest the data. You need proper mechanism to store the data. You also need to, as you're ingesting data for different from different sources, you need to transform the data. While when you transform, you also need to show the data into different visualization and reporting manner. And when you are bringing the data to cloud or your data platform, you will have a lot of internal applications that will consume that data that you're ingesting. So you need proper mechanism for data consumption. Same with metadata management. So you need to organize the metadata, where the data will be, how the data will be, who will have access to that data, those things. When you're starting a data and AI team, your team needs to explore the data. Everyone needs to have access to that data, so that they're not exploiting that data, but at the same time they can use that data for their own job purposes. So that's why you need to have proper tools for data exploration and democratization. And all those data steps needs to be lineage. There needs to be proper flow, which we call automation and data ops, so that the quality is maintained. Data is not late, data is always fresh, and it's coming to the right place as an event driven manner. Then you go into the AI components. Okay, with those components and features, you are dealing with the data platform properly. For the AI, when you are in an enterprise level, when you are designing AI platform, you are doing a lot of AI training. We are testing a lot of hypotheses. You are deploying the model. You are monitoring that model. You're doing a lot of things. So not there will be some cases or situation where you don't have enough data, but at the same time you also need to cover the business need. In that case, instead of buying new AI tools, or buying developing every single AI model, it's always better if you get certain predefined AI models from your a platform, AI platform. It can be something like Azure Cognitive Service, or AWS SageMaker. Google has some too, where for facial recognition, you just take the photo, send it to an API call, and it's telling you what is the is it male or female, what is the age, that kind of information. Then your platform needs to give you custom AI modeling options, so that those cases where you're not getting the predefined AI use models, your data scientist or machine learning developer can build it by it themselves. You also need to host that model so that it is in production, and you can connect that AI model with your mobile and web app. You also need to monitor that AI model, whether it's doing good or bad. Sometimes you need to retrain the model after 3 months, 6 months, or sometime continuously. And when you're training and retraining the model, you need to do computation. What is computation? So the CPU, the GPU machine, the cluster behind those AI training, you need those kind of computational capability. And after training the model, sometime you have a lot of historical data. You just need to do batch processing to see how the AI model is performing. So you will have to do real time and also batch processing based on use cases. And the last one is ML ops, so that there are proper pipelines for training. All those steps that I just mentioned are happening in an automatic manner, and you're also doing proper RPA, which is robotic process automation. Based on certain data, you're taking certain decisions. This is the AI components. Outside of data and AI components, your enterprise data and AI needs to have some platform features. So one is data governance and management. So sometimes we think, oh, those are just process. No, you need to identify where the data is. The data is secure or not, data is properly managed or not, those kind of things. Who has access to that data? You need to ensure that the ROI is business driven. You are not collecting data and storing them and spending operational cost based on the data that doesn't have any business value. You also need to ensure that there is data driven decision making is happening. So what does it mean by data driven decision making? Instead of just going through certain rules and decisions or intuitions, the executives are looking at dashboards, different kind of analytics from those data, and then taking the decision. All those decisions are driven by those data and visualization and the summarization of the data. Sometime if you're from a big organization, you also need to have certain options where you have multi-cloud. Some of the organizations are using Azure, AWS, both. In that case, you need to make sure that you have the multi-cloud strategy. There are some different kind of architecture, like data mesh these days, where you have one master data management, but again, it's getting data from multiple data platforms or cloud platforms. So you also need to have certain things like that. And another important thing is having proper data security, data ethics, maintaining data bias, and governance. So in terms of storing the data or using AI, what is the use case of bias or ethics? So when you are designing AI model, if you just dump all the data and try to develop the model, there in some cases it will design biased model. Why? Because maybe you didn't deal with the data properly. Maybe there are features or columns with the age, sex, beliefs, ethnicity, that kind. You cannot design models based on them, so you need to make sure that proper balance is maintained. The that kind of like data anonymization and masking is happening as well. And when you're designing this data platform, you need to have certain short-term and long-term strategy. You cannot expect to design the entire platform in 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. You need to have a long-term goal, but at the same time, you need to build step-by-step approach and in an iterative manner, which will also help you for cost monitoring and everything. You can your platform needs to provide some sort of regular cost monitoring alert or reports or something like that, so that you are using all those AI training and then you realize, oh fuck, it's like a big cost is there, it's really expensive or something like that. So that's how the platform looks like: data components, AI components, platform components. So your enterprise data and AI needs to have all of them. Now the thing is, from an Azure point of view, what are you getting and what how does it look like? So those are just boxes. There needs to be certain manner, certain persona, certain ecosystem. How does it look like? So I will talk about that one. So data platform requirements and components in Azure. So the first one is, let's talk about the lifecycle or the personas. So for data, a platform, when you're ingesting the data from a different source and exposing that data for different kind of data modeling, data visualization or reporting, or like a dashboard or something like that, data science activities. I'm not talking about AI or I'm not talking about operational activities here. It's just analytical purpose. So the business leadership first decides, okay, this is the data that we are going to bring to our platform, which is setting up the goals. Then the data architect or cloud architect is the one who review the source, how the data is available and how they can bring it, and design the architecture to create the data ingestion architecture. The how the pipeline will be. Is it going to be a event driven architecture or scheduled? Then the data engineer is the one who writes the pipeline, bring the data, do all the ingestion pattern and processing and everything. Once the data is available in a staging like a location or a raw container, data modeler is the one who does the data modeling. Sometime you may need to reprocess the data, remodel the data so that it's more consumable for your BI or data analytics dashboard, or based on your business demand. So data modeler is the one who is modeling it and also responsible for reporting and everything. Then sometimes in some of the organizations there are different role for the Power BI a developer or data visualization reporting person who work after once the modeling is done. They work closely with the data modeler, and based on the schema data model that the data modeler prepare, they create the specific Power BI report and expose the data on those reports. And then the last one is data analyst and data scientist. They're the one who starts to work the moment the data is available in the ingestion area. So they work on that data, they process the data. Sometimes they design, do different kind of data processing, data analysis, data transformation, data pattern analysis. So that's where they work. So you can see it's not just like a 1 or 2 person and handling a data like a database. It's more than that, like setting up the architecture, ingestion pipeline, pattern, pipeline, modeling, reporting, and then the data quality analysis, KPI, review, insight, and everything. From a tool perspective, how does it look like? From a tool perspective, in the or feature perspective, from a data platform components, you need to have data ingestion. You need to store the data. You need to process the data. You need to serve and enrich the data, and also in the bottom, you need to do the discovery and govern. So the ingestion, you may, if it is like a new platform, you may have to do be a massive data migration from existing tools and databases. So that's one of the part, data migration. You may have different sources where you are ingesting the data in real time or based on different pipeline or trigger. When you're doing a data store, you're storing different types of data in a data platform where you have suppose you have files, you have CSVs, you have tabular data, you have different kind of image, video, or something else. So in that case, You're dealing with structured and unstructured data. The tabular data that we say is structured. Unstructured is the all the other files and like image, video, and everything. So your data platform needs to have that capability. Your data platform needs to have option. If the data is old, there is no point of like keeping it in a hot storage and making it very expensive. You need to have both hot and cold storage mechanism. You also need to have proper data storage zone. So what is it? In a data storage data platform, you have like a data lake, and then you're ingesting all the data in the raw. But again, like on the raw, you are just like keeping it, not touching it, and then you may have to like move the data to like a more bronze, which is raw, to like a silver, a zone, which is transient zone, where the data is more processed in proper format, in proper file format, that kind of things. And then you may have to like move the data, process it more, join multiple tables, organize it, remodel it based on the schema that your data modeler has created, and expose it in a like curated zone so that other like applications or a data warehouse or Power BI or something else can consume it. So you need to have certain data storage zones so that it's properly organized. You also need to maintain the data security. You need to ensure that not everyone has the data access. Some people will have access to the data, those small security cleared group. Some people will have access to the components, but not the data containers. So you need to make sure that one. And also data-driven KPI. So ingesting the data doesn't mean anything. That data needs to have certain values. So like that's what I meant by KPIs. Once you store the data, you need to process the data. You need to do reporting, visualization. You need to do data transformation. So for those data process, that's why I mentioned about raw, transient, curation, different kind of like data storage zone. You may need to do data wrangling, data computation, data so what is data wrangling and computation? When you're after ingesting the data in the raw, maybe in your organization you have a data dictionary. You also have like data format like types that you always maintain. So the data that ingesting, they're not they're in different formats because they're from different sources. You need to like bring them in the same format of, suppose it could be date type, same type of like a date type format, or something else. So bringing them in the right format based on your data dictionary, having the right like a definition of the column, that kind of things are like considered as data wrangling and data transformation. And when you're doing those processing, you need some compute that is helping you to do that. That is data compute. And then when you're doing those data processing, you are changing the data. So you also need to log every single steps that you're doing as a data recipe, so that in future, if you lose the data from the transient zone or curated zone, you will have to bring back that same like curation from the raw. Then you will just like follow those data like processing recipes instead of like redoing all those things. And as I said, you may have to like expose the data for data consumption, share the data with other clients or like tools. And the last one is data discovery and governing. So you need to monitor the data pipeline, alerting if the data pipeline is failing, administrator who has access to the data and all those things, along with proper data governance, where the data is. If there is any rule that based on GDPR, you will have to do a certain steps to make to ensure the privacy. You will have to do that one. If you have certain rules where US data cannot be in Canada, Canadian data cannot be in US, those kind of things. And then the last one is sandbox, a proper sandbox environment so that a data persona can log in, see the data, play with the data without downloading it. So the data is secure. BI and analytics, proper data ops and ML ops, data marketplace and ML use case. So that's how the platform looks like. From an Azure point of view, how does it look? So it's like a reference architecture from Azure. So if we have different kind of like sources, streaming, unstructured, semi-structured, relational, which is structured, or other Azure data sources, we can either like from the ingestion point of view, we can use ADF or Azure Synapse Analytics Pipeline, which is a low-code tool which will bring the data based on scheduled or trigger. For the storage of different zones, different data lake options or features, we can use Azure Data Lake Zen 2, which has like multiple containers based on multiple zones. You can use like both pipelines and synapse, so that all those like individual zones that I mentioned, raw, bronze, transient and curated, you are bringing the data from one zone to another, processing it and storing it. So you can do them with Synapse Analytics, where you have option for the Spark pool and SQL pool. You can also like have proper data warehousing using enterprise data warehouse capabilities in dedicated SQL pool or Azure Synapse Analytics, within Azure Synapse Analytics. So the data, after keeping it in the curated zone, if you want to expose it with like a nice clean warehouse, so that your Power BI or user can get access to it, you can like push the data there, so that it's nicely organized in a warehouse. You can also like connect Power BI with that one, so that you can get enterprise based BI. You can also like if your existing applications are using that data, you can expose that data in Cosmos DB. You can also like have proper data mart or Azure data share options to, it could be hypersql, or it could be blob storage, whichever way you want to share the data with other systems or applications or clients. And at the top, you have like Azure Cognitive Service and Azure Machine Learning. So it will help you with model monitoring, training, deployment, development, and everything, which is again connected with the application. And if it is a streaming option, yeah, IoT data, you can use Azure IoT Hub. For streaming, you can use Azure Event Hubs with Azure Stream Analytics. And at the bottom, for discovery and governance, you have Azure Purview, along with all the platform related tools. So you're getting literally all those components that we just saw here in Azure ecosystem. So that is one of the like a key thing that we see. Now the question is AI. We have talked about data. Now what is in the AI platform for Azure? When we talk about AI, it's not about just AI. We need to have data science, which is data exploration, processing, and everything, machine learning and deep learning development, training capabilities. So AI is like a big umbrella where there's like a subdomain is machine learning, which is using more machine learning developer data science handcrafted features. And then we have another subdomain of machine learning, which is deep learning, which is completely automated. You're just dumping the data, setting up the hyperparameter and everything, all the training and everything is happening. And the data science is something that is overlapping all those steps. And there are like more to explore in data science outside of ML and deep learning. So that's how it looks like from a technical point of view. When we call about like machine learning data, like data science and all those like data related things, there are like two things that we see these days. One is data ops and ML ops. It is a similar things of DevOps. So in an application development point of view, when we see CI/CD, when we ensure that greater collaboration between multiple teams, when we see speed and stability of development and deployment, we call it like DevOps. So that they're the one who are responsible for building and hosting platform, working in application platform and in infrastructure level, that team or those individual personas. The same thing is data ops and ML ops, but it's the purpose is data and ML related. The data ops is the one who is ensuring the automated data processing lineage. All those methodologies are maintained. Data teams is getting the data as soon as possible. Data is fresh. Data quality is high. The like time is taking less. So that is done by the data ops. But same with ML ops, they are the one who are ensuring continuous training, continuous integration, and continuous development pipeline. So the model that you design is scalable, reproducible, it's deployed in production, you're monitoring it, retraining it, those kind of steps. So your platform needs to have data ops and ML ops facilities too. So how does it look like from a persona's point of view? It's the same thing. Business leadership set the goal. Data engineer is the one prepare and bring the data. Data scientist is starts to develop the model based on the data, raw data that data engineer brings. ML engineer is the one who works with the data scientist, because they're the one who takes the model, put it in production, and connect it with the app developer for to implement it with the existing mobile and web app, so that the model is actually consumable and usable. And the last one is IT operation. So yeah, so that all the model monitoring, they're the one who are ensuring the platform, and model monitoring, management, and everything is done in between multiple personas together. So it's not just like single role. Data engineer, data science, machine learning engineer, app developer, everyone has their own significant work and roles that we can see within the pipeline and the life cycle. From the machine learning end-to-end pipe cycle, like life cycle, if we just take a look, we have the data, we ingest the data, we process the data. A data scientist usually process the data, transform the data, validate the data, featureize the data, and then he select the right algorithm. He chose the model training, which model to train, which algorithm to do, all those individual steps. He does the hyperparameter training, hyperparameter optimization. Once the model is training is done, he tests the model, validate that model, and then he's satisfied that this is the model that he will put in production. He deploys that model. The model is deployed as a single container, which is wrapped in through an API and exposed to an API and wrapped in a container. And that API is communicating with the existing applications, so that it's taking a request as a RESTful JSON, and sending response from the model about the prediction or classification result or something like that. And we also need to do batch processing, and the last one is model monitoring. That's how the end-to-end machine learning pipeline looks like. From a platform point of view, what are the platform that you need in your cloud? You need features like pre-trained AI models, so that in any case where you don't have the data, you can just use those and do the business need. You are also going to do a lot of custom AI modeling. So you need to have proper Jupyter notebook, so that you can do the custom training by writing code. You need to sometime, if you don't have that kind of lots of data scientists in your team, you may use automated machine learning, so that you can easily build an AI model and deploy it. You can also if you want to play with the data more, do more data exploration, you need a machine learning designer, where you know what are the components that you need to use, but you are doing dragging and dropping or using it by yourself. And the last two is your platform needs to provide you proper VM that has all the data science capabilities, GPU framework, and everything, and with proper computational component like CPU, GPU, multiple GPUs, big cluster, that kind. And when you're deploying the model is training is done, you're deploying it. You can deploy the model in single container or a big Kubernetes cluster. So your platform needs to have that kind of facility. And sometimes some of the tools has data annotation tools, so that you won't have to buy another SaaS product or buy subscription of another product for that kind of data annotation before the training, that kind of steps. So these are the components that you need in a cloud platform. So if you look at the Azure, what is Azure offering? There are 8 things that Azure is offering today in terms of AI. First one is pre-built. So you have cognitive service that is giving you AI models that is already trained. You're just calling the API and sending your data to get the response from the AI in terms of vision or computer vision, speech analysis, language processing, search, and knowledge analysis. So these are already pre-built. If you want to build your own model, you have option to use Azure Machine Learning, ml.azure.com, where you can have your own Jupyter notebook. Even the compute from the Jupyter notebook is also there. You can use automated machine learning, ML designer. You can use custom vision as a tool to train AI computer vision models with a very small amount of data. You can use form recognizer for automated RPA, robotic process automation. You can use bot framework for chat application for both voice and chat text. And you can also use Databricks and Synapse Analytics along with Azure Machine Learning for your custom model training, deployment, and that kind of things. You need to bring the data closer to your AI platform. So for the data, they are providing data lake, they are providing the SQL Server, Cosmos DB, and different kind of blob storage as an object storage, so that you can put the CSV file, Parquet file, load the data from there without moving the data too much. For the backend compute, for the CPU, GPU, that cluster, that kind of things, they are providing data science virtual machine. They are providing proper Spark compute in Synapse Analytics, and also like there is Azure Databricks has that. They are providing you batch AI option. After doing the training, you can select it and in Azure Machine Learning and doing batch AI testing or inferencing. You can deploy the model as a testing environment for ACI called Azure Container Instance or Azure Kubernetes Service as a, like in multiple containers, so that you won't have any issue with the if lots of applications are sending requests for that model. You can also like use Azure IoT Hub to prepare and deploy AI models of IoTs so that you're getting results right away for small IoT operations. And you can easily containerize your AI models within the AI Azure platform. Then you have data preparation tools. So before doing the actual training, you need to prepare the data. You have tools for data labeling, automated data labeling, image labeling. You can select this is class A, this is class B, right after uploading the images, and like just do it with a few clicks. You can train and prepare object detection model. After uploading the image, you can just select the where the object is from that image and keep them so that it will be easier for the training later. You can also like doing the same approach for image classification. And once you do 10 to 20% of the data modeling, data labeling using that Azure Machine Learning data labeling tool, you will see automated data labeling is suggesting you for new training for on new data. So if you use data labeling for 20 samples, for the 21st sample, it will automatically tell you, hey, maybe this new sample belongs to class A. So this will give you that automated data labeling feature. You need framework for model training. So you have like TensorFlow, PyTorch, XGBoost, LightGBM, Cognitive Toolkit, Scikit-learn, OpenCV, all those like frameworks available. Same with MLOps. When we say about machine learning operations for all the lineage of model monitoring, training, retraining, all those things. So we have Azure Pipeline. For data drift, we have data drift monitoring within Azure ML, but there is a limitation that it only works for forecasting model or time series model. ML monitoring, it also there are like multiple types of machine learning model monitoring. One is ML performance monitoring, and another one is model environment monitoring. It gives you model environment monitoring, how many requests it has made, how many response it has made, like what is the performance of this or the health of this container, so that if you need to like deploy more container, it will tell you. It also gives you app insight, so how the model, how many requests it has made, how many failed, how many passed. Log analytics is there for more log processing, and key vault is there for more security and like storing the tokens or keys for those model inferencing or request and response. For data ops, we have ADF, Synapse, Purview, Databricks, and all the other tools. So these are the tools that Azure Machine Learning is providing. Azure Machine Learning Platform is providing. So from a model production and deployment perspective, so that's how it looks like. Once you have the machine learning model, you push it you deploy, you do your unit test, data sanity test on the the code that you made on the data that you have, and then create a machine learning workspace, create a machine learning compute, and then publish the machine learning model for the one-time training or running on C how it is doing. And all those operations can be done automatically with Azure Pipeline. You push the script, which is like a model training code for model training. Azure Machine Learning will do the model training. You can also evaluate the model. Once you are satisfied, then you will register that model in Azure Container Instance, Container Registry, ACR. And then from the registry, you push it to the Azure Machine Learning Model Management. From there, you have the model package. You create a single instance as a QA environment. You deploy the model as a web service on Azure Container Instance, and then you test it that with a single instance. That is, it is how long it is taking to make the request and response. Is it doing good or bad or something like that? And then the like once you are also like sure that okay, the testing environment is doing really good, you want to deploy it in more production environment, you can push it and deploy it in an Azure Kubernetes service cluster, where it is deployed in multiple container, and you can expose it outside for all the request and everything, and connected with your applications. And with the AKS, you are also getting App Insight, so that you can monitor the model performance, and you can also like keep everything model performance related information in Azure storage, so that you can do a new trigger of model retraining, model data drift monitoring, model performance monitoring, and that kind. And for a smaller team, if you are starting the data and AI journey, so the components that you will need is like very basic. Is you can have like a data lake with the different zones, and then the SQL data warehouse, so that the data is more like a clean, properly organized, managed. All the raw data is stored here. You are having data factory or data bricks for all the data processing steps, and then from the SQL, you're exposing in a Power BI manner how the data looks like in a Power BI report for more analytics. If you want to do more automation and RPA, you can use Power Automate and Power Apps. And if you want to do model training from the data lake, you connect it with your intelligent platform, which is cognitive service and machine learning service. Once you are ensure okay, you are this model is performing well, you like register it in a model container as a container, and you can push it as a dev environment in ACI. And if you find it okay, this model is doing really good when you're testing it, you can also push it as a QA and prod environment, so that everyone, all the web application APIs can use that AI model that you just trained in real time. And all those response that you made, all those prediction that you make from your model, you will also like store those results in a Cosmos DB, so that you can use them to retrain and bring back the data to the data lake for model retraining and everything. So that's how this ecosystem looks like for like a smaller team if you want to like start. But all those components that you need to build a data and AI platform, you're getting it from the Azure. I'm almost like done, slightly over the time, but that's it, my presentation. If anyone has any question, feel free to ask me. If anyone wants to connect with me, please connect it through LinkedIn. And yeah, that's it from my side.
Thanks, awesome presentation. Very, very interesting. I think there will be a lot of questions, but very, very interesting presentation. I have a lot of doubts. I think how you said in the beginning, you could have talk of like 1 hour about this.
Yeah, it's a massive topic. Even like sometime like in the past, I have done like a day-long sessions on this topic where with some more demo or like visualization, but I had to like squeeze everything in 30 minutes. That's that's a lot of information.
Yes, a lot of things to discuss in 30 minutes. And it's very interesting. And you talk about a lot of options to start to work with data lake and AI. Very interesting, very interesting. This.
Thank
I think
you.
we have a lot of questions, but let's leave it for a QA session in
Perfect.
a few minutes. Thank you, Hans. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As we have now Carlos Quiroga, it's not here at this moment. Let's check to the presentation, then we get back within a few minutes with him. Hello, we're back here with the QA session. How are you doing?
Good.
Anna.
Hello.
Hello, hi Anna. We're back here to
Yeah.
our QA session. Sorry we can't contact Carlos. Maybe have some kind of communication problem. We jump to the QA session. Let's start with the questions from our audience. First one is to Anna. To scale the solutions architect influence cross-functionality, do we have need integration architect to act first and work along with the solutions architect from the day one?
Let me reveal this question. Do we need integration architect as in a specific role, as I understand here?
Yeah, the things in
Yes,
specific role.
yes. We need to understand that for different solutions architects, we have different cross-functional teams, different business and tech teams that you work with. If the integration architect is a role that works along with you, it will be even better if we could work together to understand the whole concept of the principles that I shared with you, understanding the models that you can create in terms of decoupling activities and tasks. And this way you can also plan along with other peers in terms of tech activities, right? So as many peers that you have that can share or can have overlap tasks that you have, you can definitely work together in terms of scalability. And for an integration architect, even better, because he or she is already working with the couple architectures. So it's a great point of view to share.
Good. Then it's a good point to have since the first day to have all the things orchestrated and working together to work better. Good, perfect. The next question is for Anna too. Hi Anna, based on your experience, what's a good balance of time for software architecture to do coding, learning, sharing, teaching, in managing infrastructure, and etc.?
If I have the answer of this question, I would have much more money than I have today. But let's try to understand a little bit how we balance and how we prioritize our tasks. This is crucial for our roles. We have a lot at stake. We have a lot at stake, and a lot is the best definition to say that. So it's always important you relentlessly prioritize things that are related to your personal specific performance goals. This is the first one. And if your personal goals are properly set, they are completely tied to the business goals, to the major goal of the company, and etc. But it all depends. As I was mentioning before, it's important to understand about APIs. Of course it is. You need to be a full stack developer to do so. There's no need. You can play around with APIs, and you don't need to code all the time to do that. So, for example, I have experience as a developer, but when I talk to peers from my professional, for example, that are not working with me, but that shared some experiences with me in the past, and most of my career I dedicated to infrastructure, they kind of are afraid to code because their master part is infrastructure, but now it's unavoidable to look into APIs. it's unavoidable to look into integration. So it's important to have some time to play around with APIs, to understand the base concepts and mainly the foundational concepts of coding, of integration, of best practices in terms of software architecture. Because even though we are solutions architect, it's super nice if you read a little bit, if you understand a little bit of software architecture as well. So the single responsibility principle, it's from design patterns, for example, that I shared with you. So I bring a lot of my previous experiences to my role now. And about learning, it's all the time. Unavoidably, we are always learning. And if you feel that you are not learning, something may be wrong.
Yes,
Maybe
it's a cycle. You need to learn every day, and you still learning every day of your professional life.
Yeah, exactly. So, and teaching, it's also part of like, I always tend to say that when you teach, you learn twice. So every time you have an opportunity to teach something to someone, always have good intent for all the peers that you work with, and also understand, like, do not have preconceptions of, oh, they already know that, they should know that. Maybe start the conversation asking if it's clear for them, and then you can share something that could be really valuable and that can be extremely scalable in terms of business.
Perfect. Thanks, and I agree with this. It should be a foundation. You need to know a lot of things to be a foundation, and like you said, okay, you don't need to know everything, but you need to have a foundation to better effect. Perfect. Vinicius, you're Joy again. You're here again with us. Let me ask you a question, and for you and maybe for Rahat, because I think the things are connected. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
As you said about all the AI and etc. Your example using Twitter. What do you think about the future? What the companies are using the next years using this kind of AI, the data, the big data, the data lakes, and etc. in our world, maybe in health area, I don't know, security, to think about not security of data, digital security, but physical security. Maybe if you could explain a little bit more about it, what you think about the future, and how maybe you have any consideration too to put together this information, because I have a lot of things to say about big data. Maybe Azure have any kind of robot or AI to integrate all the things.
Yeah, I believe for today, think about AI in specific. It is something that is really rapid now. In special, if you look for all the solutions that are doing monitor and observability, they apply AI embedded on all of kind of these kind of solution. And I believe for the future, I believe it will be more common, and for all the technologies and the areas that we have on IT, like integration, that Anna said a lot of things about integration. I believe the future will be a lot of pre-trained algorithms embedded on the tools and the platforms, like platform to integrate and having anomaly detection pre-trained model to recognize the problems happens on the transactions. I strongly believe on this point of view, and I believe the companies will start to stop to develop their own artificial intelligence for a purpose that they have, because now we have a lot of platforms that permit us to develop any feature for AI that we need in a simple way and with a lot of abstraction, delivering for us a serverless services or platforms as a services solution. And it is at the future that I believe is for AI.
Okay, perfect. I don't know if you want to put anything
Sure.
more.
So what I've seen, like when we talk about like certain people thinks AI is just a fancy thing, it's still a hype and buzzword and everything. One of the thing when I look at myself, like what I do in the like in my daily life, I wake up in the morning. First thing I do is like, what is the weather? Because I need to walk my dog, and in Montreal it's very cold usually. And the temperature that I see, the today's predicted temperature is -8, -10. So those predictions are based on AI model. Then I look at my phone, and like, again, to do that one, I need to look at my phone. I need to unlock my phone. It takes like a snapshot of my face and then unlock it. That is also an AI model. And then all those like daily, I look at, okay, I see a lot of like get a junk mail, good mail, and all those things. Those junks are also like detected by fraud AI detection or everything. In my mobile app, so many things are happening for the financial or banking system. Everything is AI. So literally, it's not like maybe in 2012 13, that time it was hype and buzzword. At this point, it's a kind of like a part of our life. We cannot even think a single like hour without AI, because we won't be able to like take those decisions that we are doing it right now. Otherwise, like life will be like full of like scams and like fraud and like all those like random things. So that's one thing. And is everyone doing all those fancy AI? The answer is yes and no. So last year we were doing like a small survey. Who is actually using those big AI applications, image processing, how much money they are making? What we noticed that 60 to 65% of the AI models that are making money in North America are based on those classification, regression. Is it a good or bad? Is it fraud or not? Is it like what is the insurance premium? Is it like what is the medical premium? That kind of like small AI models. So they're the one. They are not like anything new. They are like regular statistical models that is in our life since like 30, 40 years. So that's what we are doing. Then those 10-15% of the AI models after that, those basic models, is a Google Home or Alexa or Cortana, where we are asking them to tell a joke or like play a music or that kind of like small applications. And then the last one is those fancy image processing, video processing, deep fake that we see. They usually don't make money. It's just like fun to see, but it's not mature enough. So in future, what we see is most of the organizations are not still ready to leverage those kind of like AI benefits. So most of the organizations are going through those digital transformation. So all the data that you are collecting needs to be in like a proper data lake, proper security, cloud infrastructure, and then you can have the fancy data scientists to do those AI modeling. But again, still 85% of the AI modeling are failing because it's AI is driven by the hype. AI is driven by the VPs thinking everyone is doing AI. We need to do it AI, do AI too. But no, it needs to come from the business. Like what kind of like problem you're facing that AI can solve. So like whenever we select any kind of AI model, we ask usually three questions: is it a problem or not? And if it is a problem, how we are doing like dealing with it today? Can AI solve it? Because not AI, like not everything can be solved by AI. Certain things are a problem and it's a part of the process. And then the third one is, who is going to pay for it? Is there any sponsor for it? Is there anyone who cares for it? Is there anyone who is making money with it? So once you have answer to those three questions, the AI is going to be good. It's going to be maintained properly. It's going to make money. So that's how my point of view is.
Perfect, perfect. We have last one question. I think it could be for the three. What sources do you most use to learn about new technologies? I think could be for the three, and maybe Anna.
I can
Yes,
take
I
it. Like
can
I can
start.
start. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there are so many sources. Yeah, it also provides us a little bit of anxiety in terms of how much we can learn and it's available. Yeah, I consume from different sources since books. I think well-structured technical books are really useful, powerful to structure your thinking. I remember to have read a lot of architecture books in the past that still help me out a lot. I think it's also important to keep looking into the market in terms of what is happening in terms of new technologies, what are the main business looking for, and to keep updated about also business trends because they influence a lot technology. And I think it's also important to read about things beyond technology, like economy, like trends, like how can we understand the business needs?
What will happen?
Exactly, because there are a lot of technology that we currently do not have, and that it's going to answer business need that we already don't know. So it's important to keep an eye on the whole world in terms of economics, technology, and I like to look into what companies are doing. I like to talk a lot with peers. This is super helpful. I love to be part of communities, and there are thousands of communities, and you can join a local community, you can join an international community. It can be related of what you do, but it also can be related of things that you would like to do and you do not currently do right now. So it's always nice to open your mind to new areas that you do not master, for example. It helps a lot, um, specifically to unlock a lot of ideas, unlock a lot of ways to get most meaningful and trustful relationships with a lot of people. So I truly advise you to look and to adopt a really open mind and look into the world. And there's a lot. So the thing is how we manage anxiety in face of knowledge, in face of information. This is why it's extremely important to have a relentless prioritization. You need to understand that you have a finite time, and you need to prioritize accordingly.
Perfect. Good. Perfect. Vinicius.
Yeah,
could
I
bring
totally
you
agree
up.
with you. Because every time that I start something new to study on my career, it is normally comes from a customer request that our customers here in Latin America wanna a project adopting some kind of technology that do something new that they want. And also, as I work on an innovation area here in Oracle, normally there are things that we research, the things about, in special, the startup are doing, and we understand their business, and we ask them to present their solution for us and understand how we can help them with our business presence, or helping them to adopt a model of subscription or services that they intend to sell for their customers. But in special, when I study, I get insight from the business, as Ana told us, totally with her, and I do the same. And also, I look for the information on the groups, Stack Overflow, YouTube. Today we have a lot of sources, and now I remember of my friends, because in special, as I started as a technical consultant, I work with a lot of different people that they have different skills, and always when I remember something related with a friend that I have that I know, I ask for him to ask help to understand better this kind of technology, and it is the way that I do my studies.
Perfect. Thanks, Vinicius. Hat, and you, what you
From
use
my
this to learn?
for the learning new technology, what I felt is like mostly market trend. What is happening in the market? One thing like I believe is all those things that we are sharing in those conferences. I don't think like there is anything new that is not available in online. So, but that is like the only thing that is new or something is important is the interaction, the communication, the network. So, like this session, we are interacting, discussing. So the way human works is we cannot just consume all the video contents that we find on YouTube and like Coursera. We need to have a discussion argument so that our brain and our own neural system can like fire based on that. So that's why I always say join the meetup groups. There are like so many, like meet people, have conversation. It's not like I'm like AI developer. I just need to be only AI meetups. No, get into like NFT, metaverse, blockchain, or anything, like just to see how the market is going. Even AI has implication in the NFT space too, or blockchain too, or even in the metaverse. So just to be curious and like be open, and most of the trainings are available that they can learn and make a connection so that from LinkedIn or like other places they can learn those and like a new what is in the market and what is the trend. Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. Well, it was a pleasure to have you here today in this block. We need to finish because by the hour, and tomorrow, and we have 2 more days with the pro track. And one more time, thanks a lot to you, of three, and a lot of thanks to our friends who organize this summit. We know they're happening these days, and it's not easy to maintain the schedule, the summit. And special thanks to Nick and all the team, all the team who made it happen.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you very much,
Yeah, huge shout
everybody.
out to the organization, and all my prayers are with you. And thanks to Rahat, thanks Eva, thanks Vinicius. It was a great pleasure to be here with you.
Same here. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.